In July 1980, the remains of an unknown man were discovered in a wooden crate in the Chicago Greater Area Sanitary and Shipping Canal. The crate containing the body had been removed using heavy equipment, along with other debris from a grate that prevents objects from flowing and blowing into the power plant. The crate broke open sometime during removal and dumping by power plant employees. The body was found by an employee a couple of days later, looking for driftwood. Advanced decomposition made identification difficult. Items recovered along with the remains included several. Vehicle key investigators determined that someone had taken the unknown man's life, as his autopsy revealed that he had been shot in the abdomen with a shotgun and then multiple times with a handgun. Investigators suspected that the man had lost his life several days before the discovery of his body. Investigators believed that the unknown white male was between 25 and 35 years old at the time his life was taken. They estimated that he was 5'11" in tall and weighed approximately 175 libs. Investigators observed that he had a light brown to blonde hair that was approximately 2 inches in length at the time of discovery. The man was wearing dark blue work pants that had a laundry marked Gym 5, a green pullover t-shirt with pocket wool socks, and a single dark-colored herringbone house slipper. Partial fingerprints were recovered from the body. They were submitted to both state and federal databases for comparison, but failed to match anyone. Some dental evidence was developed, but did not match any known missing persons. For over 4 decades, law enforcement has diligently pursued. In November 2009, his case was entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, and Stoddard testing was performed, but there was no match for anyone. Despite exhaustive efforts from law enforcement, the man's identity has remained a mystery, with few leads for investigators to pursue. The case eventually went cold in 2022 when the Will County Coroner Office, as part of a long-standing collaboration with AAM, decided to leverage forensic genetic genealogy to see if they could establish an identity for the man or a close relative. Will County Coroner's Office has contributed substantial funding towards the testing for this case, and the rest of the needed funding was crowdfunded using the DNA Solve platform. Skeletal evidence was sent to AAM, and a suitable DNA extract was developed. AAM scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile, and AAM's in-house genetic genealogy research team used the profile to develop investigative leads. The leads were returned to the law enforcement and a follow-up investigation, along with confirmation DNA testing of a family member, confirmed that the 1980 victim was Webster Pfizer, born September 25, 1950. The Will County Carer's Office announced on March 22, 2023, that the remains belonged to 29-year-old Webster from Chicago. Sergeant Mike Ernest said obviously, there were a lot of mob-related crimes back in that era, and a lot of those came into Will County. So is that a possibility we will explore? Yes, it is something I can say for certain, but I do not. Webster's wife recently told investigators that her husband left home in mid-July 1980 to get cigarettes at a gasoline station about a block away, but never returned. Relatives said Webster was eventually reported missing to the Chicago Police Department. Joe Piper, a deputy coroner and cold case investigator with the Will County Coroner's Office, said this gentleman is somebody's father, somebody's uncle, somebody's brother, and it is nice to be able to give the family some kind of closure because they are looking and wondering what ever happened to their loved one. On October 6, 1982, at 4:30 a.m., a hiker discovered a man's remains close to Natural Bridges State Park in Santa Cruz County. Investigators discovered that someone had been robbing the unidentified man of his life for 41 years. The case remained unsolved until AAM Labs entered into a significant collaboration with a developing forensic-grade genome sequencing company. AAM is the first private laboratory in North America designed specifically to use forensic and crime scene evidence to create human identification. AAM received a DNA extract from the victim's bones from the California Department of Justice. and they are working on cases similar to this one all over North America with great success. AM measured the amount of DNA that was actually present by performing what is known as a suitability analysis on it. AM labs can examine hundreds of thousands of DNA markers, which facilitates the process of tracing more distant ancestors and retracing one's lineage back to the direct family. In this instance, the victim's family was identified through genealogy. The FBI then became involved, and once they had a suspicion as to who it might be, they were able to confirm that identity through the use of some fingerprinting. After making that crucial connection, law enforcement was able to identify the body that had been known to investigators for so long as John Doe. The public was informed in October 2012 that 28-year-old Rodney's remains were found there. The date of Allen Rumsey. Rodney's birth is May 25, 1954. Sacramento, California was his home. AAM Lab's Director of Account Management, Michael Vaughan, stated that while the case involving the unidentified human is still ongoing, they are currently looking into a completely different matter. Decades of family members impale the detectives and have an impact on the community. We celebrated, and it felt great, and now we move on to the next one. Rodney had a tattoo of a skull and a red rose with 3 leaves on his left forearm. The skull featured red around the eye sockets, 3 red-tipped feathers protruding from the head, and black braids. Santa Cruz Police spokeswoman Lieutenant Karina China. Authorities said that although there is still much work to be done, they will make an effort to get in touch with Rumsey's family. 30 years old. In 1986, Teresa Scal, a compassionate nurse, was employed at Lakeland Regional Health in Florida. She cherished caring for her 8-year-old son Jason and assisting others. As a single mother living in a tiny apartment with her partner, Jason was her sole family. Teresa always had a smile on her face, and she had green eyes and brown hair. She was a gregarious and upbeat individual who enjoyed hanging out with her son in her neighborhood. She also had a large social circle at work. Viewing movies and reading books, she enjoyed learning new things and traveling as well. One day, she hoped to become a doctor and help save more lives. On October 15, 1986, while Jason was spending the night with his grandmother Betty Teresa, she also left his DNA on a cigarette butt he had left on the floor. Jason then tried to push Teresa and beat her with a knife. Teresa used every ounce of strength to fight back. She attempted to defend herself with her hands, but he seriously hurt them. Because he was stronger than she was, he severely injured her throat. Her body was left on the floor after he took her life. The following morning, he ran out of the flat. Teresa's mother, Betty, went to check on her when she failed to show up for work. Teresa's body was discovered in a bloody puddle. The police showed up when she called them. All of the evidence from the crime scene was gathered at the flat and kept for future use. Investigators interrogated a large number of individuals and pursued leads, but they were unable to identify the culprit, and the case was abandoned. Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff, finally declared the case solved on October 16, 2023. They were able to verify Teresa Douglas's injuries were caused by Donald Douglas. He and his brother co-owned an electrical firm at the time of the crime. At the age of 54, Douglas passed away in 2008 from natural causes. It was even more difficult to link Douglas to the case since he had no prior criminal record and was cremated after his death. Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff, was joined by 2 of Teresa's sisters and her mother Betty Scal at a press conference when Judd gave an account of how his department handled the issue, which dates back 37 years. Douglas lived directly behind the duplex, according to the sheriff judge, and although detectives spoke with him and other neighbors at the time, they never thought of him as a doubtful. According to the judge, Douglas had no visible wounds, and there was no basis for the detectives who initially looked into the case to accuse him. Judd surmised that Teresa killed herself because Douglas tried to get close to her, and she rejected him. Judd clarified that in the early 2000s, the FBI's national database was searched, using DNA samples acquired from the crime site and the agency. However, due to technological advancements, no matches were identified, indicating that the perpetrator's DNA had not been recorded. Judd gave investigator Matthew Newell credit for spearheading the endeavor. After taking up the investigation in 2015, Newell promised Teresa Scal's family that he would not retire until he had found the criminal. He also placed a picture of Teresa Scal on his desk in an effort to solve the case. Newell collaborated with AM, a Texas-based business that specializes in creating genetic samples from crime scene evidence utilizing DNA that individuals voluntarily provide through 23andMe and other publicly accessible programs. The business assisted in constructing the suspect's family tree. Douglas's third cousin, who had conceived a child outside of marriage, was the target of one strike. What Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd called an extramarital affair in 1949 turned out to be a new branch in the family tree. According to AM spokesperson David Nutting, it was the 106th solution to an unresolved issue that had been made public. He added that after identifying Douglas as the culprit, there are an estimated 330,000 unsolved cases in the U.S. thanks to AAM's DNA study. His kid was approached by sheriff's investigators, who requested a sample of his DNA. The judge stated that he provided complete cooperation and was horrified to discover that the presence of Donald Douglas's blood at the crime site was verified by a sample. Pam's hue. First and foremost, Teresa was a beautiful and incredibly caring lady, according to Teresa's sister. Our family did not deserve this, and neither did she. She continued by saying that she attended respiratory school, began her career as a nursing assistant at the bottom, raised her arm and felt incredibly proud. Never have I seen someone so proud. She said, "I did it, Pam." And a month after we had this, she passed away. Discourse. I hope that knowing who did this now will reassure everyone. In addition, I would like to encourage future victims by saying, law enforcement don't give up. As long as they don't give up, neither do you. As a warning to current stalking victims, Lyskaff, Teresa's other sister, claimed that although Teresa could not completely describe her neighbor, she did disclose that she had some uncomfortable experiences with him. Teresa had informed us about an unsettling neighbor who had visited her home. He had a rather stalker-like appearance, as if he had plucked a flower from the ground and slapped it into a pot. She had told us about him, but she never gave us a description, so if anyone is acting strangely, especially women, don't just tell your sisters, tell them what he looks like. Betty Scaff said, "All I want to say is I am 84 years old," as she seized the microphone. "I want this to be finished. That's probably why I lived a long life." Human remains were unintentionally found in a sealed well close to an abandoned warehouse in Opino, south of Vigo, and close to the Portuguese border in February 2021 by a worker. The remains had undergone a process known as decomposition and had become severely. The unidentified man's identity remained a mystery, despite investigators being able to establish that he had suffered a fatal blow to the head and other severe impacts to his body. This was because of a process known as saponification, in which bacteria that thrive in a warm, wet environment turn a body into a wacky, soapy substance that is completely unrecognizable. The DNA test results revealed no matches to any known or missing person in police databases. When the investigation came to a standstill in 2022, the Guardia Civil Police Force turned to Fernando Kula, a forensic scientist from the Institute of Legal Medicine in Galicia. Forensic facial reconstruction involves using a combination of anatomy, anthropology, and artistic interpretation to reconstruct a face from skeletal remains with the help of artist Alba Sanin. Dr. Kula produced 6 distinct images of the man's face, each with a slight variation in the man's facial hair color and amount. The photo is fashionable. Developed perceptions. A few weeks later, a Portuguese woman came forward and said she recognized her brother, even though she hadn't seen him in over 3 years. After the woman's account was verified by DNA testing, the man who had been missing for 20 years was found to be Carlos Alberto Vieira de Ouro, a Portuguese native who had been operating a used car company in Vigo for 20 years. The 37-year-old Carlos's disappearance was traced back to October 13, 2018, by Guardia Civil investigators who followed his movements until his death. 5 suspects have been identified by the investigators, all of whom are thought to have varying degrees of involvement in a slaying that may be connected to scams Carlos committed when dealing with used cars. The investigating judge in Opino has remanded 2 of the accused men in custody and released on bail the 3rd man who was allegedly involved. Dr. Kula has gained recognition for his ability to identify bodies and advanced stages of decomposition. He has worked at Darwin Cemetery in Falkland, where the International Committee of the Red Cross has spearheaded an initiative to provide names to over 120 soldiers from Argentina who are currently unknown. Additionally, he helped identify the victims of the 2004 Madrid Train B bombing. He also gave a face to Manuel Blanco Romasanta, the first known serial killer in Spanish history, who murdered 13 people in the 1800s, claimed a curse had turned him into a wolf. There has been no public update regarding the men who are suspected of killing Carlos Alberto Vieira de Oro. In 2018, Sarah Ashley Hill, a mother of 2, was employed as a waiter at a neighborhood diner in Patrick County, Virginia. She was 33 years old. She was well known for her gentle disposition, upbeat smile, and passion for dancing and music. She was very close to her sister April, who frequently assisted her with her kids. Out of her 5 siblings, Sarah had the only attractive red hair and vivid blue eyes. She used to get teased by her siblings, who would tell her she was adopted in June 2018. At 1:30 a.m. on June 6, Sarah was in North Carolina visiting friends. Using her cell phone, she called April and said she needed a ride since she was on Blue Hollow Road, close to Mount Airy. Sarah did not give an explanation for her early morning stroll. April was unable to simply leave her job, which was about an hour away. At Ellen's Chatham Memorial Hospital, she worked as a registered nurse. Sarah Hill was vanished by the time the family reached Mount Airy. They presumed she had acquired transportation somewhere, or even managed to get into her own vehicle, a white 2000 Ford Taurus. April texted Sarah the following day to check on her and to ask if she still needed a ride. April never heard back. When April called back, the voicemail message was left. Sarah's phone had been switched off for 2 weeks. It was highly atypical for Sarah to be disconnected. April claims that they spoke at least once a week, if not more frequently. April mentioned that Sarah had a drug addiction and had a lot of questionable associates. She questioned whether it had anything to do with her sister going missing. Sarah was officially declared missing 1 month after her last sighting. After she vanished, detectives got to work looking into her disappearance. Her white Ford Taurus appeared at a business on NC 89 close to the intersection with Blue Hollow Road. Sarah was not named among the people accused of misconduct there, despite the fact that it was captured on camera footage that the business owner obtained while attempting to apprehend shoplifters. When the police investigated the vehicle, they discovered Sarah's handbag, phone keys, and a few personal belongings, but they were unable to locate any evidence of her disappearance, such as fingerprints or DNA. The cops thought about every scenario in which Sarah might have vanished. They looked into any enemies or issues she might have had with anyone who could have hurt her. They looked into any indebtedness or financial issues that might have been the reason behind her escape. Investigators also investigated whether she had a history of substance misuse or mental illness, which could have influenced her behavior or judgment. They did not discover any evidence to bolster any of these arguments, though. If she had any love relationships or household conflicts that could have resulted in aggression or jealousy. 3 separate residences on King Park Circle in Mount Airy, North Carolina, were among the many sites the Sioux County Sheriff's Office examined during the investigation that began in January 2019. Following Sarah's final known movements, detectives surmised that she was in the Stokes County vicinity, where she had been spending time. They were taken to an Ashbury Road property in Stokes County, North Carolina, where Sarah was last seen at the time of her disappearance. With a guy, this person of interest acted suspiciously, refusing access to his home. It was later found that the man had been charged with assault in 2012. Detectives brought in specialized personnel to use heavy equipment to move dirt and terrain and stabilize an existing structure on Monday, October 17, 2012, when the Sui County Sheriff's Office, the Stokes County Sheriff's Office, and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation executed a search warrant for the property of 1791 Asbury Road, Westfield, North Carolina. Human remains were discovered beneath the floorboards. On October 20, 2022, the remains were delivered to the Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center. On October 11, 2023, an autopsy was conducted, and it was determined that the remains belonged to Sarah Ashley Hill. Leroy Hoover was detained and accused with killing Sarah, according to a statement released by the Stokes County Sheriff's Office. Hoover is still awaiting trial while being held without bond in the Stokes County Jail. He is still involved in other cases with the Stokes County Sheriff. We can only imagine how difficult this has been on the family of Ms. Hill. Investigators from the NCSBI agents that worked on this investigation, as well as the investigators from the Patrick County, Sioux County, and Stokes County Sheriff's Offices, according to Joey Lehman. They never gave up and accomplished an amazing work. Nothing can bring back a loved one, but we can only hope that this gives M. Hill's family some closure. 22-year-old Kyle Clinkscales lived in El Range. In 1976, the sports-obsessed young man was attending Auburn University in Alabama. At the university, he was beginning to search for his place in the world and map out what career to pursue. On January 27, 1976, Kyle left his part-time job at a bar in Lorange and headed out for the roughly 45-minute drive to Auburn University, where he was a sophomore. Kyle never made it to the university when his parents could not get in contact with him. He was reported missing, and nothing out of the ordinary was found at Kyle's apartment to suggest that he ran away or had moved elsewhere. Investigators believed that something happened at some point on his trip. They just did not know what it could be. The county sheriff's office and Kyle's parents intensively searched for him in those initial weeks after he went missing. Lakes were drained and rewards were promised. Deputies searched woodlands for a single clue for Kyle's parents, John and Louise Clinkscales. The effort was a passionate, all-consuming quest, mirroring scores of other missing person cases across the country, with loved ones pleading for tips. Searchers growing wearier with each unsuccessful venture, and members of an exhausted community looking on aghast that something so haunting could have happened to one of their own. The determination was the source of admiration for many. Kyle Clinkscales had always liked New Orleans, so his parents bought ads in the city asking for help to find their son. He had loved Hawaii when he visited on some vacation as a boy, so his parents sent letters to every police department in the state. When tips came in that a person had been found matching his description of a strong jaw, shaggy brown hair, thick eyebrows, they drove to the places where those tips originated 2 years after their son's disappearance. The Clinkscales had distributed nearly 5,000 bumper stickers seeking information. They became supporters for families of others who had missing relatives and tried to call attention to cases not as well publicized. The Clinkscales were among those invited to the White House in 1985 to meet with President Ronald Reagan about ways to address the issue of missing and exploited children in their home, the same one where Kyle Clinkscales had been raised, and that was decorated with pictures of him, smiling in and wearing a bow tie. His parents' drive to find their son would sometimes give way to fatigue. In an interview in 1978, John Clinkscales expressed unease. Maybe he said his son, who did not really like college, felt like he was a financial burden on his parents. Instead of dropping out or sharing his feelings, he might just have wanted to make it easier on us by disappearing. Every time Louise and John Clinkscales left their home in Lorange, Georgia to search for him, one of them would leave behind a note if their son returned while they were gone. They wanted him to know that a lot had changed since he was last seen in 1976. They loved him, so the Clinkscales would write, and there on the dining room table was a spare car key for him. Both John and Louise Clinkscales submitted their DNA samples to investigators for testing in case their son's remains were ever found. Sadly, John Clinkscales passed away in 2007. Louise passed away in January 2021 at the age of 92. A driver in Seta, Alabama, about 30 miles southwest of Lorange, was on a two-lane road on December 7, 2021, when he saw the hatchback of a rusted vehicle sticking out of the creek and called the authorities. It was a 1974 Ford Pinto poking out from the creek. There were human remains inside the rusty car and about 50 skeletal fragments encased in the mud. It was not clear what allowed the car to become visible from the road after all this. In February 2023, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirmed that the remains belonged to Kyle Clinkscales. The creek where the car was found in Chambers County, Alabama, outside of LaRange, was never searched because the road would not likely have been Kyle's main route to Auburn, though it might have been an alternate one. Aaron Hackley, the coroner in Troup County, Georgia, said that it might take investigators months to determine the exact cause, if they can pinpoint one at all given the age of the remains. M. Hackley said when she got the call from investigators that the remains had been identified. She called Kyle's Aunt Martha Morrison, who responded with relief and regret that his parents were not alive to hear the news. Patricia Chuka Bender gave birth to her only child, Susan Robin Bender, on November 27, 1970, in Modesto, California. She passed away on April 25, 1986. At 15, Susan left her family's house to spend the weekend with friends in Carmel by the sea. To get to the Greyhound bus station at 10th and G Street, she strolled. Susan ran into friends while she was waiting for the bus. She informed them of her coastal excursion and her intention to return in a few days. After their conversation was over, Susan made a call at the depot payphone. A full-sized olive green 1977 Ford van arrived 10 or so minutes later. Susan entered the car. Susan was last observed at this location. In the 1980s, it was not unheard of for a 15-year-old to have so much freedom. Bender, Pat. When Susan didn't return her usual phone call to her mother, she assumed that her daughter had arrived safely in Carmel and was enjoying herself with her friends. On May 1, 1986, her mother reported her daughter missing, which worried her. Investigators quickly concluded that a horrible thing had occurred to Susan, a detective revealed to the neighborhood publication. There is concrete evidence that suggests Susan Bender's disappearance was the result of foul play. The same newspaper was informed by Susan's mother that although Susan had fled home twice previously, she had always returned rather quickly. She claimed that before she vanished, things had been going well between us, and that she had shown no signs of planning to flee. She said that Susan's phone book, clothes, and diary had been discovered in the possession of an unidentified male person of interest. His ownership. Pat went on, "I fear a man who the police questioned, but never arrested, attacked her. Despite having a lot of circumstantial evidence against him, they chose not to arrest him. The police always believed Susan was not missing her own voice." Detective Richard Ryow, who was assigned to the case until his retirement in 2000, told a newspaper in 1987 that he thought Susan was most likely not alive anymore in 1999. Susan's mother said in an interview that the police said there is little they can do without a body detective. Commented in that same year, "Susan Bender just fell off the face of the earth." What is really strange about this case is that nothing has ever come up about her in all these years, and no one has ever come forward with any information about what happened to her. Also in 1999, Lauren Herzog and Wesley Shermantine, two childhood friends from Linden, California, targeted young women in and around the nearby Stockton area. There was some speculation that perhaps Susan was one of their victims. Many of their victims have never been identified. Authorities did not know if the men had anything to do with Susan's abduction, but it is possible, as she vanished in the time that they were busy with their evil deeds. Susan's disappearance fit their modus operandi for victims, but despite years of investigation into Herzog and Shermantine's crimes, there had never been a link to Susan's case. They went on a spree in the 1980s and 1990s, taking the lives of several females, and may have had more than 15 victims in the meantime. Remained unsolved for nearly 4 decades, investigators spoke to family and friends who fought to keep Susan's story alive. Sandy Silveria, a friend of Susan, commented in 2021, "Where is she? What happened to her? Whoever did this, they have to be held accountable." In October 2021, the Modesto Police Department announced that they reopened the case in the hopes of finally locating the long-lost teenager. The department said in a statement that in reviewing this case, we identified potential areas of opportunity that may assist in moving this case forward. This includes the use of advancements in technology. Given the circumstances of the crime, we also believe there may be individuals previously unidentified who may have pertinent information surrounding Susan's disappearance. Modesto's cold case investigators were hoping that the many years since Susan's disappearance had increased witnesses' willingness to speak out. The police department said in a statement in 2022 that it is important to remember that Susan was a child with a family. Unfortunately, that family has gone 36 years without closure or justice. It is our job as an agency to assist in providing some level of closure, with the ultimate goal of getting justice. Then, on Thursday, August 17, 2023, the Modesto Police Department announced the arrest of Raymond Lewis Stafford, who is 76 years old. Stafford was arrested on August 15 in Wills Point, 50 miles east of Dallas, where he had been living for around 5 years. Stafford appeared to be hiding in plain sight for decades. Detectives got an arrest warrant on August 10th, but it was not until on Tuesday, members of the Van Zandt County Sheriff's Department in Texas showed up at his home and took him into custody. He was arrested without incident and subsequently booked into the Van Zandt County Jail and charged with taking Susan's life. Modesto police did not give further details about what they believe happened to Susan Stafford, who is currently incarcerated in Texas and awaiting extradition to California. Exactly how the detective zeroed in on Stafford as a suspect has not been detailed. Modes of police are differing. Questions to the Stannis County District Attorney's Office, saying there was no other information they could release. Newspapers and local radio stations did reach out to the Modesto Police Department and Stannis County District Attorney to learn what led to the suspect's arrest, but did not receive a response. No information was released about how exactly Susan might have met her end, whether there is any chance of recovering her body, or what new evidence resulted in the charges against Saint in a news release. Modesto police expressed their gratitude to the Stannis County District Attorney's Office, the California Department of Justice, and various Texas authorities for their help in the long and challenging investigation. It said the collaborative efforts of these agencies have been instrumental in bringing closure to Susan Robin Bender's case, as detectives suspected foul play right from the start. They had a suspect nearly from the start, according to court records filed in Stannis County. Investigators at the time traced the green van to Stafford after he was arrested on suspicion of an unrelated burglary a month after Susan vanished. He had not been publicly named at the time. In the course of their investigation, they learned that Stafford had briefly worked with Susan's mother, Patricia Bender. At the time, she said that she believed Stafford may have formed a relationship with her daughter after calling their home phone. Court documents showed that Pat worked for Stafford for a few days back in 1985 at his security business. They also said she admitted to dating Stafford on a few. Thus, Stafford was well known to Susan. It was his rental van that Susan had been seen getting into at the bus stop. She got into his van without hesitation, according to her friend, who witnessed everything on the day of her disappearance at the bus station. A woman who lived with Stafford in the 1980s said he confessed that he strangled a female with a cord or wire and buried her near the Big Oak Flat entrance to Yosemite. He said, according to court records obtained, that he drove to a campground near the Big Oak Flat entrance to Yosemite National Park and dug the grave less than a year after Susan disappeared. Stafford, then 38, ran for Modesto City Council. He was asked by the local newspaper about his criminal record, but told the paper in July 1985 that it was a result of him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. His arrests were listed as operating an unlicensed private investigator business and carrying a badge saying he was a private investigator. Stafford said that his campaign was focused on policies to protect children from predators. We do not spend any time getting the people who are harassing our children. Unsurprisingly, he lost the election 5 months later, in December 1986. Stafford was convicted of setting a business on fire and pled guilty to making a false police report. He reportedly faked a kidnapping to avoid appearing in court. In 1994, he emerged once again on law enforcement's radar. He was put on an offenders register under alias Greg Tunningley for abusing a 13-year-old girl in California. New court records identify the man as Stafford. Pat revealed she always suspected Stafford was behind her daughter's disappearance. After she discovered the pair had carried on a secret relationship, Pat said, "I have known. I have known from the start when my daughter came up missing. I have known that he was the person responsible. The investigators did not listen to me." Pat added that thought had lived with her for the past 37 years. She continued, "And it was like I was lost." People talking about their grandkids and their kids. Pat said the memories of her 15-year-old daughter were what kept her going. She remembered Susan as outgoing, funny, and just an average teenager trying to figure out where she fits. Pat never lost hope, but the quest to find her daughter was agonizing until now. She said she has had to lean on her faith. She stated, "I'm grateful. I'm glad that the system has finally decided to step up and do something instead of having me wonder if those closest to Susan hope to learn where she is, in hopes of giving her the farewell they always felt she deserved." Now in the final act, her mother says the one thing she has never wrestled with is forgiveness toward Stafford. "I know this is going to sound kind of strange, but I have forgiven him for what he did to my daughter. I really have, because I would not want to carry that with me for the rest of my life." Pat said this arrest has lifted a dark cloud from her shoulders. "Now I am not looking forward to how the trial will play out. I just want Susan's body found." On March 17, 2005, a hiker walking the Lone Mountain Trail in Carson City noticed a shoe sticking out of the ground and alerted authorities, who found the buried body of a woman wrapped in a sleeping bag. Authorities estimated that the woman had passed away about a year before she was discovered. Investigators followed the usual procedure to identify the woman, but were unable to, and she became a Jane Doe. Of the Carson City Sheriff's Office brought the case to the DNA Do Project in 2019 to attempt to investigate genetic genealogy, to trace Jane Doe's identity using DNA matches to build her family tree after a complex series of laboratory processes to extract DNA and translate it into a workable profile for a comparison to the millions of records in the databases. Volunteer investigative genetic genealogists get to work in May 2020. The DNA Do Project said that since research began, more than 13 volunteers have worked to connect the matches with family trees going back to ancestors born in the mid-1700s in England. It took a little less than a year to narrow a search of a single family. In the vast tree, 3 of the 6 siblings were women, and this lead was offered to the investigating officers to follow up. In October 2022, a family member's ancestry DNA test was uploaded to gedmatch.com, a public database that can be used in law enforcement cases. After this DNA match, investigators confirmed that Jane Doe is Joyce Rogers Annis, originally from Michigan. In addition to providing the critical lead to this identification, the DNA Do Project team also provided information about a man associated with Joyce who later confessed to burying her body on Lone Mountain. It turned out that 72-year-old Joyce passed away due to natural causes, and her husband Edward Barton buried her in the mountains. They were homeless and had no money for a funeral. Unfortunately, there is no way to prove or disprove Edward Barton's version of events, and the case is currently considered solved. A group of kids playing off of Amherst Street in Granby, Massachusetts, found a woman's body on November 15, 1978, buried under a pile of leaves. Investigators were able to determine that she had been fatally shot in the temple. There was also evidence that the woman's body was dragged by a man's belt. It was estimated that her life was taken roughly 3 months before her body was found in August 1978. Investigators were unfortunately unable to identify the woman, so for decades she became known as a grandma's girl and was buried in a local cemetery with a headstone marked unknown on March 6, 2023. The office held a news conference at the Granny police station to announce the major breakthrough in the case. It was announced that the remains found back in 1978 belonged to 28-year-old Patricia Tucker. She was born on July 28, 1950. First Assistant District Attorney Stephen G. said advances in DNA technology allowed them to find Patricia's half-sister in Maryland, who led them to her son. He was just 5 years old when Patricia vanished. Stephen Gagne said that while it is satisfying to finally know who the Granby girl actually was, the investigation will not stop until we identify the person who took her life and bring the family an additional measure of closure and justice. This investigation has spanned decades and will continue until each and every possible lead is explored. Stephen G. said Patricia was married to Gerald Coleman, and they were living on the shore of Lake Pecog in East Hampton, Connecticut, back in 1978. Coleman never reported his wife missing. He passed away in prison in Massachusetts in 1996, according to Stephen Gaynor. Coleman is now a person of interest in Patricia's case. Patricia had earlier gone by her married name, Patricia Heckman, Patricia Dale, and later Patricia Coleman, at the time of her disappearance. Anyone with information about the case should call Granby Police at 413-467-9222 or email jwhite@pd.org. Patricia's son, Matthew Dale, who is now 50 years old, also spoke and recalled his last memories of his mother. She was in the front seat of a stranger's car wearing a vest. It was 1978. Matthew was in the back seat on Nubby Upholstery, a man he did not know, was driving, but Matthew vividly recalls the last words his mother ever said to him before she disappeared. "She told me to go across the street to the playground." Matthew said, referring to a group home for juveniles, "She said goodbye." Now in middle age, Matthew's memories are fuzzy. The facility was outside Boston. His father collected him the following day and raised him after his mother left him. Matthew has lived in North Carolina most of his life. He grew up dogged by the mystery of his mother's disappearance. Rumors swirled among family members, including speculation that Patricia may have entered the Federal Witness Protection Program. Matthew said that he was in his 30s when he accepted that his mother was no longer alive. "My mother fell in with the wrong crowd. She was not a hiker like some of the stories said. Through the years, I've been told so many lies about it." His father passed away in 2015, and Dale has felt somewhat of adrift, although he is happily married, is a father, and has been a union electrician. For most of his life, several weeks before the identification was made, police showed up at his door. They asked him a few questions, explaining that they found him through his uncle in a DNA database. They said, "Grandma girl." I thought, "What is a Ramby girl?" Matthew said state police investigators did not offer many details, but said they had exhumed Patricia's body. Matthew had filed his DNA in a database in case his mother was ever identified. He sent investigators a file of his digital DNA profile, and they contacted him by phone within hours. He said it was a clear genetic match. He has scant keepsakes of his mom, a single photo baby book she created for him, a lock of his hair, and a small tapestry she painted when he was small. Matthew said he plans to arrange for a proper grave for his mother for years. The grave has been marked only with a wooden cross since 1998. Gry residents donated money to create a more dignified marker. Matthew said it was an awful end. "What I want to do is have a new gravestone made for her. She deserves to have her name on it." On February 16, 1979, Monica Pritchett was born in Anniston, Alabama. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and she was the daughter of Donald and Dorothy Pritchett. After being married, Monica lived in Heflin, Alabama, with her high school lover, Jeremy Rollins. Up to the birth of their second son, Aaron, their marriage was stable. The couple chose to live apart for reasons they never disclosed. This was true even though Monica was expecting their 3rd child. Midway through 2001, Monica and the boys moved into their house on Sugar Hill Road. Every other weekend, Rollins could still see his 2 sons under visitation rights. Monica cherished her kids very much. Aaron was 2 years old, and Dalton was 6. In just a few weeks, her 3rd kid will arrive, and she was quite excited about it. Monica was going to name him. With 2 boys to raise and a full-time job to manage, Shane was a busy mother. Up until July 2002, she was employed at Kitty Castle Daycare. On Friday, September 13, 2002, she decided to take a higher-paying position at ITC Deltacom. Monica went to see her father, Donald, with her sons. After working at his Anniston house, Pritchett was finally able to offer his oldest grandson, Dalton, a gift. A Dalton filly by the name of Mojave was the present. At 8:30 p.m., the evening consisted of dinner games, horseback riding, and chat. Monica returned to their Heflin house with the boys. Later that weekend, they intended to come back and spend more time with Monica's father and his spouse. But after the weekend went by with no word from Monica, family members made the decision to visit her and make sure everything was all right when they showed up at her mobile home on Monday, September 16. They could not have been prepared for what they were about to discover. Inside their house, Monica and 6-year-old Dalton had been brutally murdered. Monica appeared to have gone into labor due to shock during the incident. The infant was discovered not breathing and only partially delivered. Aaron, age 2, was discovered hiding in a closet, alive and unhurt. On the same day that the discovery was made, a relative dialed 911. At approximately 6 p.m., Monica's ex-husband left Southwire after his 12-hour shift and headed home. When the police showed up at his house a few hours later, they informed him of what had occurred. Officials said they requested him to come to the police station. After being cleared out as a possible suspect right away, Jeremy Rollins cooperated with the inquiry. Jeremy expressed his feelings after being ruled out and learning what had occurred to Monica and Dalton. It was astounding. According to early press accounts, stab wounds sustained at some point throughout the weekend claimed the lives of Monica and Dalton. When you live in a tiny town with less than 300-500 residents, you pretty much know everyone. Heflin is among those communities where a horrific triple homicide shakes the community's core, particularly when the victims included a young mother carrying her unborn child, her 6-year-old son, and the perpetrator. The community was so afraid of this incident that people strengthened their home security and stayed indoors with their children. According to family members, Monica is a kind, patient mother who is terrific with children and always smiles. Debbie Clark, the director and owner of Kitty Castle, described her as a kind person who was constantly grinning. A young boy was really valuable. On September 19, 2002, funeral services were held in the chapel of Dryden Funeral Home for both Monica and Dalton. They were scheduled to be buried in Cedar Creek Cemetery, but first investigators felt they had to. Governor Siegelman announced on September 20, 2002, a $10,000 prize for information leading to the capture and conviction of the person responsible for this horrific crime. There were not many information released concerning the killing. The Heflin Police Department used the information as a tactic for their investigation, even years later. They thought that eventually the murderer would say something about the never-publicized killing, which would cause unrest. Of investigation verified that additional evidence, including DNA fingerprints, had not been gathered at the site and was forwarded to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science for examination. Processing was delayed at the time because the department was dealing with severe backlog problems brought on by financial restrictions. The Attorney General's Cold Case Unit was approached by Heflin Police Chief A.J. Benefield in June 2014, and new information led to the two authorities collaborating on the case. They resumed interviewing people, held meetings with the local prosecutors and the State Bureau of Investigation, and initiated fresh conversations. Officers at the time of the killings, Chief Benefield held the rank of officer. When a relative discovered Monica and her son's bodies, they called 911, and he and his partner responded. In 2014, Benefield said the following on the case. So really, there were 3 victims. The crime scene was the worst I had ever seen. Every day that passes, we are discussing this or working on it in some capacity. It is quite meaningful to us. Benefield made a vague suggestion in 2015 that they were considering someone they had known since 2002, but he did not provide any other details. The Alabama Attorney General's office joined the investigative authorities in March 2015, and they have since made repeated posts on social media requesting further details about the matter. Sadly, no helpful leads were received. and the case was abandoned for a while. Captain Scott Bonner and Chief McGlone reopened the case in 2021. They kept in regular contact with some of the family members and did their best to offer comfort, even though they were unable to share specifics because of the continuing investigation. They also sent numerous things to state and private forensic labs. According to Captain Scott Bonner, there is evidence and a suspect in this case, but at this point, the person poses no threat to anyone. My unidentified suspect is incarcerated in a different state for unrelated offenses. He said that investigators were able to apprehend Louis Landon Spivey on June 26, 2023, more than 20 years after the murder, and charged with killing Shane and Monica Dalton. They did this with the aid of state grant money from Seasons of Justice and an actual truckload of evidence. The announcement was made public by the Heflin Police Department on June 30, 2023. It was a dark secret that Louis Spivey held to himself until his release from prison in Florida. When he did that horrible crime in 2002, he was 18 years old. He is currently 39 years old. They knew each other. They were romantically involved, according to Captain Bonner during a press conference. Bonner withheld the reason behind the killings as well as their prelude. Louis Spivey was sentenced in February 2010 for an unrelated robbery and aggravated assault case out of Bay County, and he has been incarcerated in a Florida prison cell for the past 15 years. Louis Spivey was taken into custody by Captain Bonner and Chief McGlone upon his release from the Florida prison. Louis Spivey has subsequently assisted with the investigation, according to Captain Bonner. Before we launched the case, he was examined by other agencies early in the inquiry. Our investigation work produced several excellent leads. Bonner claimed that neither cameras nor surveillance photos were there. The things that you would have now were not available to us. Louis Spivey is said to have provided investigators with a comprehensive confession, accepted full responsibility for the killings, and described the incident. June 29, 2023 was the day of the bail hearing. After finding that the requirements for applying Anaya's statute had been satisfied, the court kept Louis Spivey in pretrial detention without the option of posting bond. Legislation honoring Anaya Blanchard, a college student whose life was cruelly lost in 2019, is known as Anaya's Law. Judges may refuse to grant bail or parole under the bill, which attempts to toughen penalties for some serious crimes in Alabama. The law aims to prioritize public safety and protect prospective victims by keeping people deemed dangerous off the streets during legal processes for those charged with certain violent offenses and guaranteeing that they remain in custody throughout their trial process. Few specifics were provided by detectives regarding the circumstances that led to the case's break-in, but we do know of the confession, the department's receipt of a grant for DNA analysis, and the processing of many items by Canadian state and private labs in a statement on behalf of Mayor Robbie Brown. The family of Monica and Dalton received condolences from Chief Ross McGlone. With any luck, this will help you put a stop to this terrible phase of your life. Captain Bonner, the Heflin Police Department, and all the other organizations and people that showed steadfast dedication and tenacity in their quest of justice for Monica Dalton and her bereaved family, have our sincere gratitude and respect. That was undoubtedly the most difficult case I have worked on in my career. Nevertheless, as the investigator and Captain Scott Bonner described, the box of reports and everything we had to go through took many months on its own. Bonner said that this case had grown personal to him and that he had likely spent more time with Monica and Dalton's family than with his own during the previous 3 years. He added, "I feel great that I can give them some peace." Ingrid Rollins, 2011, saw Monica's ex-husband remarry, and he and his new spouse have twin girls. Aaron Clayton. After completing high school in 2018, Monica's second son is currently in his early 20s. The family still calls Heflin home. After being sent to the Cleburne County Jail, Louis Spivey is currently being held without bond while he awaits trial. On a cold and eerie night, as the clock struck midnight on November 21, 2002, the small town of Spanaway, Washington, became the backdrop for a chilling discovery that would haunt both the community and law enforcement for years to come. In the desolate 15600 block of 74th Avenue East, a lifeless body lay motionless, stripped of all clothing. It was a scene that sent shivers down the spines of the police officers who rushed to the location, their veins filled with tension and uncertainty. The tension in the air was palpable as the officers arrived at the scene, not knowing what to expect. The sight that greeted them was beyond their worst nightmares. The woman's life had met a gruesome and inexplicable end, leaving them with a bone-chilling question that would drive their investigation. Who was she, and what dark circumstances had led to her demise? Despite the initial shock and the absence of immediate clues, the detectives were resolute in their determination to uncover the truth. They meticulously combed every inch of the surrounding area, searching for any shred of evidence that could provide them with the answers they so desperately sought. However, the scene remained eerily silent, offering no hints as to the sinister events that had unfolded there. One peculiar detail that struck the investigators was the absence of any visible marks or signs of violence on the victim's body. This observation led them to believe that the woman had likely met her fate elsewhere and had been unceremoniously dumped on the side of the road. As the woman's lifeless form was carefully transported away from the grim scene, the detectives stood in stoic silence, their faces etched with fierce determination. Their minds raced with thoughts of the arduous investigation that lay ahead as they plotted their next moves. It was a solemn vow they made to themselves and the memory of the victim. They would not rest until every stone had been turned, every lead had been followed, and the elusive culprit brought to justice. The subsequent autopsy conducted on the woman would reveal a horrifying truth. She had been strangled to death. But the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office was not content with just this revelation. Recognizing the critical importance of every possible clue in solving a case of this magnitude, they took a DNA sample from the victim's body. Furthermore, through the careful examination of fingerprints, the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office was able to identify the woman. Her name was Sharon Van Gilder, a 39-year-old devoted mother of 2 children and a beloved member of her community. Sharon had grown up in Enumclaw, surrounded by several siblings, but little was known about her early life. Those who had the privilege of knowing her described Sharon as a kind and caring person, always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need. Her tragic and inexplicable death left a profound void in the lives of all who had known her. The shock of her passing rippled through her community, leaving her friends and neighbors in disbelief. As the investigation into Sharon's death unfolded, detectives were met with more questions than answers. However, they were determined to crack the case and provide Sharon's grieving family with the justice they so rightfully deserved. As they delved deeper into their investigation, they uncovered a crucial piece of information. Sharon had been last seen leaving a bar in Tacoma with a man named Miguel Angel Urbano Vasquez. This discovery immediately placed Miguel under the intense scrutiny of law enforcement, making him a prime suspect in the case. The authorities launched an all-out effort to locate and apprehend him. Simultaneously, the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab worked tirelessly to gather additional evidence, including DNA samples taken from the crime scene. These samples were destined to play a pivotal role in the unfolding drama. However, capturing Miguel proved to be a daunting task, and he managed to evade the authorities, escaping to Mexico just as they were closing in on him. Despite their best efforts, detectives were unable to track him down. As time passed, the investigation ran dry and the case went cold, leaving Sharon's loved ones with heavy hearts and no closure. Meanwhile, Miguel continued to live his life freely, seemingly oblivious to the relentless pursuit of justice that was never going to give up on finding him. But the story was far from over. In 2012, a glimmer of hope emerged for the investigators when the Pierce County Sheriff's Department established a cold case unit. A dedicated and determined detective named Tim Cobble took over Sharon's murder case. Tim threw himself into the investigation with unwavering resolve, determined to solve the mystery that had remained unsolved for years. During his painstaking probing, Detective Tim made a shocking discovery. It was a revelation that sent shockwaves through the Tacoma community. A series of crimes had occurred around the same time as Sharon's murder, and the same man was connected to all of them. Miguel. Astonishingly, the Tacoma detectives who had been working on those cases had no idea about Miguel's connection to Sharon's murder. This critical oversight had resulted in a missed opportunity to submit DNA evidence from the crime lab for comparison to its database. Detective Tim felt like he had finally found the missing puzzle piece, and he wasted no time. He sent the DNA samples from Sharon's murder, as well as those from the other two crimes, for testing. The results that finally arrived in late April 2012 confirmed what he had suspected all along. Miguel was the perpetrator behind all three heinous crimes. But the investigation didn't stop there. Months later, detectives were able to link Miguel to yet another crime that had occurred in October 2002. The victim recounted a harrowing tale of being lured into a car with two individuals who initially offered her drugs. However, when she refused their proposition of exchanging money for sexual acts, they turned violent, resorting to physical force. DNA samples taken from this crime scene matched those found at the two earlier crimes and in Sharon's murder. It was a breakthrough moment that investigators had been tirelessly working towards for years. After a long and arduous journey filled with twists and turns, they had finally gathered enough evidence to charge Miguel with the murder of Sharon Van Gilder, as well as the other crimes that had terrorized Tacoma. With charges filed by the Pierce County Prosecutor's Office and a warrant issued for Miguel's arrest, the detectives faced another formidable challenge. They had no idea where Miguel was hiding in Mexico. The search for the fugitive suspect became intense and challenging, but the detectives refused to give up. Their eyes remained peeled, their ears to the ground, and their determination unwavering. As days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years, the detectives were on the brink of losing hope. But then, in 2019, a glimmer of hope emerged when the FBI informed them of Miguel's whereabouts. Determined to see him face justice, the detectives sprang into action, embarking on the lengthy process of securing the necessary paperwork to extradite him to the United States. The extradition process was long and arduous, filled with bureaucratic hurdles and legal intricacies. However, the detectives refused to yield, driven by their unwavering commitment to justice. Finally, after 4 years of tenacious struggle, the necessary paperwork was processed. Working in collaboration with Mexican authorities, the FBI executed Miguel's arrest on March 14, 2023, bringing an end to his years on the run. Miguel's capture marked a significant turning point in the long and arduous journey for justice that had begun over 2 decades earlier. At this moment, detectives continue to work tirelessly to finalize Miguel's extradition to Washington, where he will stand trial for his heinous crimes. His arrest has brought a renewed sense of hope and closure to Sharon's family and friends, who had endured years of anguish, uncertainty, and heartache. In conclusion, the tragic story of Sharon Van Gilder's murder is a testament to the relentless determination of law enforcement, forensic experts, and detectives who refuse to give up in their pursuit of justice. The case serves as a reminder that even the most elusive criminals cannot evade the long arm of the law indefinitely, and that perseverance and dedication can ultimately bring closure to those who have suffered the most profound loss. Lake Worth is a coastal city located in Palm Beach County, Florida, and it boasts a population of approximately 38,000 residents. The city is well known for its vibrant downtown area, which is home to a variety of shops, restaurants, and art galleries. Additionally, Lake Worth features numerous parks and recreational spaces, making it an appealing destination for both residents and visitors alike. The city has a rich history, characterized by its Mediterranean revival architecture, but it's also the site of a tragic event, the brutal murder of a woman in 1985. To fully understand the backdrop of this crime, we need to rewind the clock to February 28, 1907, in Wilma, Arkansas. This was the day that marked the birth of a precious child named Mildred Warren. Mildred's arrival brought immense joy and hope to her family. She was the second of Jesse Warren and Margaret Warren's 6 children. From a young age, Mildred exhibited a heart full of love and a curious mind that thirsted for adventure. However, fate had different plans in store for her family. In 1915, Tragedy struck when Mildred was just 8 years old. Her father, Jesse Warren, suffered a fatal heart attack at the tender age of 37, leaving behind a grieving wife and 6 young children. Margaret, Mildred's mother, stood tall and resolute, determined to raise her children single-handedly. As the years passed, Mildred grew into a strong and independent woman with a heart of gold. Her innate desire to help others led her to pursue a career in psychiatric nursing in 1931, dedicating over 4 decades of her life to serving those in need. Along her life's journey, fate smiled upon her once more in 1940. At the age of 40, she met and fell in love with Harmon Matheny, a professor. Their bond was beautiful, and they exchanged vows in 1942. 3 years later, they were blessed with a son, Gary Matheny, in 1945. Gary eventually got married and had 2 children of his own, bringing immense joy and love into Mildred's life as she embraced the role of a doting grandmother. However, life had more challenges in store for Mildred. Tragedy struck again when her beloved husband passed away in 1958, leaving her widowed at the age of 51. Despite the heartbreak, Mildred refused to be defeated by grief and found a new purpose in life by caring for her beloved brother, whose mental health began to deteriorate. With her nursing background, Mildred was well equipped to handle the challenges that came with caring for her brother, and she did so with grace and compassion. As the years went by, Mildred's health started to decline, and her memories began to fade away. She was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia, which made it increasingly difficult for her to manage even the simplest of daily tasks. Nonetheless, her determination remained relentless, and she found herself needing more and more assistance with everyday activities. While it was heartbreaking for her family to witness her struggle, they were committed to providing her with the care and support she needed. Ultimately, it became evident that Mildred could no longer live independently and had to rely on others for help. The decision was made to relocate Mildred from her home in Arkansas to live with her sister Gladys in Lake Worth, Florida. This transition was not without its challenges, as Mildred's condition made it difficult for her to adapt to her new surroundings. Her mind often felt like a confusing maze, causing her to reminisce about visiting her long-departed parents at their childhood home, oblivious to the reality that they were no longer alive. Mildred's confusion grew worse with time, and she required constant supervision to prevent her from wandering off. Despite the best efforts of her family, it was impossible to keep a watchful eye on her 24/7. Tragedy struck on April 27, 1985, when a family misunderstanding resulted in Mildred Matheny venturing out alone in the afternoon. Her sister Gladys had last seen her around 3 p.m. that day, but less than an hour later, she reported Mildred as missing to the authorities in Lake Worth. The family's worst fears were confirmed when, 7 hours later, at approximately 10 p.m., Mildred was discovered naked and unresponsive by passers-by on the desolate old Indian Town Road in Jupiter, Florida. The passerby immediately alerted the authorities, leading to the arrival of investigators from the Lake Worth, Florida Police Department at the scene. The sight that greeted them was gruesome and horrifying. A frail, naked figure lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by pieces of discarded clothing, with signs of a violent attack apparent. Blood and broken dentures were scattered near her battered body, and her head and face bore severe injuries. Mildred was barely conscious, and she was quickly rushed to Martin Memorial Hospital in Stuart, in critical condition. The assault on Mildred was beyond comprehension, and her injuries were so severe that even the hospital staff struggled to conduct tests due to her unresponsive state. Despite their best efforts, Mildred Matheny succumbed to her injuries 11 days later, on May 8, 1985, at the age of 78. On that fateful day, at 12 p.m., the medical examiner's report confirmed that she had been assaulted, and her cause of death was attributed to a homicide caused by cardiac arrhythmia, a skull fracture, internal bleeding, and other injuries sustained during the brutal attack. While examining her body, examiners managed to obtain a genetic profile from swabs collected from her, revealing a mix of Mildred's and her assailant's DNA. However, the technology required for analyzing such DNA samples was not available at the time, so the genetic material was preserved, awaiting future advancements that could bring closure to the case. The case of Mildred Matheny's brutal murder quickly gained widespread attention. News of the heinous crime spread like wildfire, capturing the interest of news channels, publications, and the public across the state of Florida. Conversations about the case echoed in coffee shops, on the streets, and in homes. Investigators launched a thorough canvassing of the neighborhood, hoping to gather any information that might lead them to the perpetrator. It was during this intense investigation that a young couple stepped forward with crucial information in May 1985. The couple consisted of 21-year-old Ty Martin and 28-year-old Robert Steffi. They bravely recounted their encounter with Mildred at a busy intersection near a Burger King restaurant. Despite her frail appearance, Mildred stood out in her pink trousers and vibrant orange blouse. Concerned for her well-being, the couple engaged her in conversation for about 15 minutes. Suddenly, a 1967 brown Oldsmobile, two-door Delta 88 Holiday Coupe pulled up beside them, and a man with blonde hair and a missing front tooth claimed to be a neighbor, offering Mildred a ride home. Without hesitation, Mildred entered the car and left with the stranger. However, despite the young couple's report, investigators faced a frustrating roadblock in their quest for justice. They were unable to locate the car or identify the stranger who had offered Mildred a ride that day. Frustrated by the lack of progress, they turned to the media for assistance. In June 1985, a Crime Stoppers reconstruction was filmed in an effort to jog people's memories and potentially uncover new leads. However, even this effort did not yield a breakthrough. For the next 35 years, the case remained cold, and Mildred's killer remained at large. Loved ones were left to wonder if justice would ever be served. Finally, in March of 2021, a breakthrough occurred, thanks to the relentless and dedicated work of the Cold Case Homicide Unit. They utilized the latest advancements in DNA processing technology to re-examine the case. The DNA samples from Mildred's case were submitted to the state's database, and a forensic scientist with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office took on the mission to uncover the truth. Despite the limitations posed by the previous analyses, which had depleted much of the swab's cotton tips, the forensic scientist refused to give up. Instead, she employed a clever solution by collecting DNA from the wooden bases of the swabs, utilizing cutting-edge software. Through this innovative approach, a partial genetic profile of the unknown DNA found on Mildred was created, using the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, which holds a vast database of convicted offenders' DNA. This breakthrough provided a crucial lead in the search for the perpetrator. The buzz surrounding the long cold case was reinvigorated as news of the DNA match spread. The Florida State CODIS DNA database revealed a link between the DNA profile found in Mildred's case and the DNA of an offender identified as Richard Curtis Lange, a 62-year-old man born on April 13, 1960, in Florida. Lange had a troubling criminal history, with an aggravated assault conviction on his record by the age of 25. Shockingly, he had managed to avoid jail time on both occasions, receiving only probation. However, Lange's criminal activities did not stop there. Records showed that he was later convicted on weapons charges in both 2006 and 2012, spending some time behind bars. Lange's history of violence and brushes with the law raised questions about whether his unchecked behavior played a role in the heinous crime against Mildred. Confirmation of his involvement required further investigation and a direct DNA saliva sample from Lange himself. To obtain this final confirmation, the sheriff's office secured a DNA confirmation search warrant against Lange. Detectives made their way to Lange's residence in Boynton Beach, Florida, which was approximately 10 minutes from where Mildred was allegedly kidnapped. They collected a sample of Lange's DNA, which ultimately confirmed the match to the DNA found on the victim. Despite Lange's vehement denials of involvement in Mildred's murder, the DNA evidence left no room for doubt. With the DNA confirmation in hand, the case that had remained cold for decades was finally heating up. The trial of Richard Lang began on April 5, 2021, in a West Palm Beach courtroom. The courtroom was filled with tension as all eyes were fixed on a small vial containing preserved genetic material, a tiny but powerful piece of evidence that had the potential to unravel the mystery that had shrouded Mildred Matheny's murder for decades. Prosecutors meticulously outlined their case, arguing that the DNA unequivocally belonged to Richard Lang. The defense attorney, on the other hand, remained stoic, his focus on the judge as the evidence mounted against his client. The scientific evidence presented by the forensic scientist and her team of experts was indisputable. DNA analysis demonstrated that the likelihood of the genetic sample belonging to anyone other than Lang was infinitesimal, with the odds being 27 quadrillion times more in favor of it being his DNA. Lang's defense attorney countered by claiming that such statistical evidence was misleading and insisted on his client's innocence. He suggested that the same likelihood could apply to Lang's close relatives, such as his father or brother. But without their DNA profiles in the CODIS database, this remained a mere possibility. To address this contention, Tiffany Roy, an experienced forensic analyst, suggested that Lang's defense attorney obtain DNA samples from Lang's close male relatives to demonstrate their genetic similarity and determine if they could be excluded as potential contributors to the DNA found on the sexual assault kit. Following Roy's advice, the defense attorney reached out to one of Lang's brothers, who consented to provide a DNA sample. The results confirmed what was expected: a 100% match with Lang's DNA. As the trial continued, the prosecution vehemently challenged the defense's theory, asserting that it was baseless speculation. They emphasized that there was no concrete evidence to support the defense's claim that Lang's relatives could have been in Florida in 1985. Records indicated that Lang had only moved to Boynton Beach from Massachusetts in his 20s and had no known connections to Florida before that. After 2 intense days of court proceedings, the final verdict was announced, and justice was served. Richard Lang was found guilty of first-degree murder and battery, finally bringing closure to a case that had remained unsolved for 38 long years. Despite sitting in a wheelchair during the trial, Lang remained calm and composed, occasionally nodding off during slower parts of the proceedings. His silence spoke volumes as bailiffs escorted him out of the courtroom on May 27, 2021, under the watchful eye of Circuit Judge Dahlia Weiss, who booked Lang into the Palm Beach County Jail without bail. Gary Matheny, now 88 years old, fondly remembers a woman who was not just his mother, but also his friend and confidant. He speaks of her with great admiration and respect, describing her as a woman of many talents, articulate, creative, and talented. He cherishes memories of her sewing 8th-grade shirts out of hog-feed sacks, which, despite their humble origins, were just as good, if not better, than store-bought shirts. After decades, the book on his mother's case is finally closed, and Gary can find some solace knowing that justice has been served. Although justice cannot bring his mother back, he can at least find peace in the knowledge that her attacker has been held accountable for his heinous crime. The determination of investigators and advancements in DNA technology ultimately led to the resolution of this cold case, providing closure not only to Gary Matheny and his family, but also to the community of Lake Worth, Florida, and beyond. Mildred Matheny's memory lives on, and her story serves as a testament to the tireless pursuit of justice and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. In Southern California, a region renowned for its sunny climate, laid-back way of life, and breathtaking natural landscapes, lies a place that bears a captivating blend of cultural influences. This area's identity has been shaped by a diverse mix of elements, ranging from the glitz and glamour of Hollywood to the rich Mexican heritage that permeates its streets. Southern California is also home to some of the world's most iconic attractions, including Disneyland, Universal Studios Hollywood, and the Santa Monica Pier. However, it was within this seemingly idyllic backdrop that a series of gruesome murders commenced on that fateful day of July 25, 1980. At the time, a young resident of Brentwood named Carrie Lenander, a Palisades High School student, and her close friend Tony Garfield, both 15-year-old juniors at Palisades High, decided to embark on a hitchhiking adventure to the corner of Wilshire and Barrington. Little did they know that their lives would soon take a harrowing turn. Their ride that day was provided by a man described only as Ken from Canada, a male Caucasian. Ken drove them first to the Hollywood area, where they stopped for a restroom break. Carrie and Tony had been consuming alcohol before hitchhiking, and as they made their pit stop, Tony began to feel dizzy. She informed Carrie that she needed to return home. Ken complied, driving Tony back to her house. Tragically, this would be the last time Tony saw her friend alive. The events that unfolded leading up to Carrie's murder remain shrouded in mystery. However, the next day, on July 26, 1980, at approximately 4:30 a.m., Carrie's lifeless body was discovered in a street gutter on the 3700 block of Victoria Avenue in South Los Angeles. The only trace of evidence left behind by the perpetrator was white rock material, found in her hair and near her body, which matched the material discovered across from Carrie's residence. This grim discovery hinted at the chilling possibility that her murderer might have been someone who either knew her or had been stalking her in the days leading up to the tragedy. Tony Garfield, however, had no knowledge of the person in question. The autopsy report revealed that Carrie had been assaulted and strangled to death. An unidentified DNA sample, presumably belonging to the perpetrator, was collected from Carrie's body but remained of little use due to the limitations of forensic technology in the 1980s. Detective Tim Marcia, who was assigned to the case, believed that Ken and Carrie had visited her residence, where she changed her clothes before their fateful outing. Yet, the exact circumstances and timeline of the murder remained elusive. Carrie Lenender's parents, Carl J. Lenender III and Joyce Fadden, were understandably devastated by their daughter's tragic death. They were determined to seek justice for Carrie, offering a reward of $50,000, in addition to a $25,000 reward from the LA City Council. Through various news outlets, Carrie's parents spoke fondly of their daughter, who was just 9 days away from her 16th birthday, and pleaded with the public for any information regarding her murder, even though her case received limited media attention. Brief coverage on shows like Lost Lives and 60 Minutes shed some light on her story. Despite a lack of concrete leads, investigators remained resolute in their pursuit of the killer. Interviews were conducted and a suspect was on their radar, but an arrest proved elusive. Over time, the case grew cold, and it wasn't until early 2002 that the LAPD Cold Case Homicide Unit reopened it. Unfortunately, even this effort did not lead to the apprehension of the perpetrator. For the next 2 decades, the case languished in the archives of the Los Angeles Police Department, while Carrie's family grappled with the pain of their loss and the lingering quest for justice. It wasn't until 2022 that the case saw a dramatic development when DNA evidence finally connected a 76-year-old man named Billy Ray Richardson to the crimes. However, the details of how this connection was made after more than 4 decades remain undisclosed. Surprisingly, investigators also linked Richardson to 3 additional murders in Southern California from the 1980s and 1990s. Among these crimes were the killings of 25-year-old Beverly Cruz and 22-year-old Deborah Cruz, whose naked bodies were discovered in an apartment in West Los Angeles. Another victim, 28-year-old Trina Wilson, was found with her throat slashed in Inglewood on December 31, 1995. All 4 murders appeared to be sexually motivated. On July 14, 2022, Billy Ray Richardson was arrested in Fort Worth, Texas, on charges of multiple murders, sexual assault, and burglary. He was subsequently extradited to Los Angeles to face trial and was held in Tarrant County Jail while awaiting legal proceedings. However, a tragic twist unfolded when Richardson was brought to the hospital in a wheelchair and pronounced dead on February 15, 2023. His demise resulted from complications of a cervical spine injury and blunt force trauma, with COVID-19, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and dementia listed as other significant factors contributing to his death. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman expressed sadness for the victims' families acknowledging that they would never witness Richardson being held accountable for his heinous crimes. However, the identification of the perpetrator offered some solace, ensuring that he would no longer pose a threat to society. In the end, justice may have been delayed, but it ultimately found its way to the victims and their grieving families, providing closure and a measure of peace. In the picturesque town nestled among the stunning mountains of Preston County, West Virginia, with a population of approximately 1,500 residents, Terra Alta stands as a testament to natural beauty and a rich historical legacy. The town's charm and welcoming community spirit have long been celebrated by its inhabitants. However, it was within this idyllic setting that a tragic incident unfolded on August 22, 1972, claiming the life of a 13-year-old boy named Jeremiah Matthew Watkins. Jeremiah, lovingly known as Jerry to his parents, James Edward Watkins and Enid Nicola, was born in a Morgantown home in Monongalia County, West Virginia. Unfortunately, his family's dreams of a happy and complete life were shattered when James passed away in 1976, just 4 years after Jeremiah's birth. Despite this profound loss, Enid displayed remarkable resilience and dedicated herself entirely to raising her son, hoping for a fresh start in life. Overcoming numerous obstacles, Enid made the decision to move to Terra Alta, determined to provide Jeremiah with the best possible life. Jeremiah, for his part, was content with life's simple pleasures. As he grew, his adventurous spirit became increasingly evident, as he could often be seen riding his bicycle through the hills of Terra Alta while singing along to the tunes of old-time rock and roll. It remains uncertain whether Enid ever remarried, but in the mid-1980s, she welcomed a daughter named Jamie Jeremiah into their lives. Jeremiah cherished his baby sister immensely and cherished every moment spent with her. He would play with her for hours, bringing laughter to her little world. Despite his gentle and patient nature with his younger sibling, Jeremiah eagerly awaited the day when Jamie would take her first steps, sharing candy and tender moments with her. The last time Jeremiah laid eyes on his beloved sister was in 1985, when he was 13 years old, and Jamie was approximately a year old. While the exact date is unclear, it was in early November of that year when Jeremiah left home to explore the town, but tragically never returned. When Enid could not locate her son anywhere in Terra Alta, she reported him missing. This marked the beginning of a distressing period, not just for Jeremiah's family, but for the entire state of West Virginia, as it coincided with a devastating flood that swept through the region. The flood, one of the deadliest natural disasters in West Virginia's history, claimed 47 lives, injured countless others, and caused extensive property damage totaling an estimated $580 million. Amid the chaos and destruction, the search for Jeremiah was severely hampered by the floodwaters. Despite the relentless efforts of law enforcement, the 13-year-old boy remained missing, and Enid clung to hope for his safe return. However, that hope was shattered on November 2, 1985, when officers stumbled upon a shallow grave along the railroad tracks in Terra Alta. Upon closer examination, they made a gruesome discovery. Jeremiah's lifeless body lay in the shallow grave. Initially, it appeared as though he had fallen victim to the devastating flood. However, a closer inspection revealed a stab wound on Jeremiah's body, suggesting a more sinister and violent end. The investigation swiftly transitioned into a homicide inquiry as law enforcement scoured the area for clues. Unfortunately, luck did not favor the investigators, as the flood had washed away potential evidence, leaving them with more questions than answers. An autopsy revealed that Jeremiah had suffered a brain bleed from blunt force trauma to his head, but the fatal blow had come from the stab wound in his back. The loss of Jeremiah devastated his family, who grieved in silence while hoping for justice to be served. The Terra Alta detectives worked tirelessly, interviewing numerous individuals and pursuing every lead, but their efforts yielded no suspects or arrests. As time passed, the case grew cold, and Enid, frustrated by the lack of progress, attempted to move forward with her life as Jamie grew older. Nevertheless, the questions surrounding her brother's death continued to haunt her, In the early 2000s, while attending college, Jamie made the courageous decision to reach out to authorities in an attempt to uncover the truth about her brother's murder. Regrettably, her efforts were met with discouragement, as many believed that finding the culprit after so many years was unlikely. In February 2023, Captain Tian Ticknell of the Preston County Sheriff's Office took it upon himself to revisit the decades-old unsolved murder case of Jeremiah. He delved deep into the case, meticulously reviewing old files, interviews, and witness statements. During this thorough examination, Captain Ticknell stumbled upon an interview with a young man named David Monroe Adams. Adams, who was only 18 years old at the time of Jeremiah's murder and a resident of Terra Alta, had provided a statement with inconsistencies, prompting further investigation. Authorities have not disclosed the specific inconsistencies that caught Captain Ticknell's attention, but they soon located David Adams, who was living in Westover, West Virginia. After several interviews, Adams initially denied any involvement in Jeremiah's death. However, during one of these interviews, he finally confessed to the murder. Adams revealed that on that fateful day in November 1985, he had engaged in a heated argument with Jeremiah over a stolen bicycle. This disagreement had escalated into a violent confrontation, with Adams striking Jeremiah in the face in a fit of rage. Unable to decide how to proceed, Adams dragged the injured boy to a nearby shed, where he ultimately fatally stabbed him. Afterward, he disposed of Jeremiah's lifeless body in a shallow grave near the train tracks. This confession marked a significant breakthrough in the case and provided a semblance of closure to Jeremiah's family, who had waited for justice for nearly 4 decades. David Adams, now 56 years old, was promptly taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder in connection to Jeremiah Watkins's death. He is currently being held on a $1 million bond in North Central. Upon hearing the news, Enid and Jamie were overwhelmed with a range of emotions. Although questions surrounding the murder still linger, they found solace in the fact that the perpetrator had finally been apprehended and could no longer pose a threat to anyone else. It was a bittersweet moment, one that allowed them to begin healing after years of uncertainty and anguish. Nancy McKeevers came into the world on October 16, 1954, in Portland, Oregon. She was born to proud parents, Henry Carl Pepper and Lenore Pepper. Nancy was the middle child in her family, having an older sister named Janet and a younger sister named Diane. From an early age, Nancy played a crucial role in keeping her family close-knit and harmonious. Her sisters fondly remember her as the peacemaker, possessing a heart brimming with love and a laid-back personality that strengthened their bond. Nancy's educational journey led her to Reynolds High School, where she excelled both academically and socially. With big dreams and a promising future ahead, she decided to pursue higher education at the esteemed Oregon State University. As she pursued her dreams, fate intervened in the form of Randall, the love of her life. The exact details of their initial meeting remain shrouded in mystery, but it quickly became apparent that their love story was destined to unfold. The couple tied the knot and settled in the peaceful city of Tigard, Oregon, where they soon welcomed their bundle of joy, baby Ross, around 1982, completing their idyllic family picture. However, as life often does, it took an unexpected turn. On the bleak winter morning of January 2, 1983, tragedy struck the tranquil suburb of Tigard. A frantic call reached the local sheriff's office, with Randall, Nancy's husband, reporting a devastating incident. His wife had taken her own life. Deputies sprang into action, racing to the couple's residence to assess the situation. What they encountered upon arrival sent shivers down their spines. Nancy lay lifeless on the floor, a gunshot wound to her head, with a Smith & Wesson revolver nearby, the apparent instrument of her demise. Randall stood nearby, visibly distraught, with their young son at his side. The deputies wasted no time and rushed Nancy to the nearest hospital, but their efforts were in vain. Despite their best attempts, she was declared dead. As investigators sought answers, they turned to Randall for an explanation. His account of the events was initially perplexing. He claimed there had been a struggle over the gun, with him attempting to wrest it from Nancy before it was too late. However, as the investigation unfolded, Randall's narrative underwent a transformation. Now he asserted that he had merely walked in on Nancy as she pulled the trigger, with no physical altercation. Detectives were left perplexed, grappling with the challenge of uncovering the truth behind this tragic incident. Despite the initial assertion of suicide by Randall, their suspicions were piqued. They understood the need to delve deeper into the available evidence, seeking the assistance of the Washington County Medical Examiner's Office, the Oregon State Police Medical Examiner's Office, and the Oregon State Police Crime Lab. These agencies embarked on a meticulous examination of the crime scene, collecting forensic evidence and scrutinizing the gun allegedly used by Nancy. As the evidence was scrutinized, discrepancies began to emerge. Nancy's hands showed no traces of gunpowder residue, indicating that she had not fired the weapon. Furthermore, her clothing bore signs of charred particles in 2 areas, suggesting a struggle or attempt at self-defense. Most damning of all was the distance between the gun's muzzle and the wound on Nancy's head, a distance inconsistent with suicide and pointing firmly towards foul play. With the pieces of the puzzle gradually falling into place, all signs began pointing towards Randall. In the month following Nancy's tragic passing, detectives received a series of phony calls from coworkers and friends of Randall, revealing an unsettling reality. It emerged that Nancy had been contemplating divorce, and there were troubling indicators in Randall's behavior that suggested he may have harbored intentions to harm her. As the investigation continued, authorities requested that Randall undergo a polygraph examination to aid in their quest for the truth. However, he adamantly refused and even ceased cooperating with the investigation entirely. Despite the mounting evidence in Randall's suspicious actions, the case reached a frustrating impasse by August 1983, leaving Nancy's loved ones without answers or closure. Nearly 4 decades later, in August 2022, Detective Enel Sarich and the Violent Crimes Unit decided to breathe new life into the investigation. Armed with advanced technology and forensic techniques, they re-examined the evidence with a fresh perspective. The Oregon State Police Crime Lab reviewed the 1983 lab results, which only strengthened the belief that Nancy had not taken her own life. The detectives conducted over 20 interviews, engaging with individuals such as detectives, deputies, and firefighters who had responded to the scene in 1983. These interviews uncovered new leads that held the potential to crack the case wide open. In January 2023, detectives finally had the opportunity to speak with Randall, who was still residing in Tigard. During the interview, Randall disclosed seeking therapy to cope with the trauma of Nancy's death. When asked about his wife's mental health history, he stated that she had none, but he vehemently denied any involvement in her death. Despite his denials, detectives remained convinced that Randall was concealing the truth, as all the evidence pointed squarely in his direction. Subsequently, detectives referred the case to the Washington County District Attorney's Office, aiming to secure a grand jury indictment against Randall and finally achieve justice for Nancy. However, just as it seemed that justice might be served, a tragic turn of events occurred on February 8, 2023. Randall took his own life, leaving behind a note in which he continued to deny any role in Nancy's death. The detectives who had devoted countless hours to the case were left devastated and grappling with a sense of unfinished business. Despite their relentless efforts to gather evidence, interview witnesses, and pursue leads, their main suspect's death left them with the likelihood that the case would remain unsolved. Nancy's surviving loved ones, including her mother and 2 sisters, were left to pick up the pieces. While the case was officially closed due to Randall's passing, his actions spoke louder than any words ever could. Though they would never uncover the complete truth about Nancy's fate, they found some semblance of closure, comforted by the detectives' unwavering commitment to seeking justice on her behalf. In the 1980s, a sinister presence began to cast a dark shadow over South Florida, particularly in the Miami-Dade and Broward County areas. This malevolent figure targeted vulnerable women, leaving behind a trail of trauma and fear. Despite his anonymity, his method of operation remained consistent and horrifying. He would infiltrate their apartments, armed with a sharp object, often obscuring his face or theirs with a cloth, typically a pillowcase. His modus operandi included menacing threats, not only against the women, but also their loved ones if they dared to call for help. Once inside, he would restrain his victims, ransack their possessions, leaving them utterly defenseless, and subject them to unspeakable violations. All his victims shared eerie similarities. They lived alone, were attacked during the night, and the perpetrators seemed to possess intimate knowledge of their routines and apartment layouts. One survivor, identified as Catherine, recounted how the intruder had rifled through her wallet, knew her address, and even her name, instilling paralyzing fear in her. South Florida became a place of dread and apprehension as he continued his reign of terror. As fear gripped the community, the media was quick to broadcast news of this monstrous assailant lurking in the shadows. The situation was dire, and law enforcement realized they needed to act swiftly. Task forces comprising highly skilled and determined officers were established across the two counties. The stakes were high, and the pressure to apprehend the culprit mounted. Investigators tirelessly pursued leads, amassing an impressive volume of evidence, yet the identity of the criminal remained elusive. Unfortunately, the technology of that era was not advanced enough to process the evidence from the crime scenes effectively, so it was stored with the hope that future technological advancements would help bring the perpetrator to justice. However, a glimmer of hope persisted in the form of a rare O-blood type subgroup. By 1987, the trail had gone cold, and the task force set up to capture the enigmatic criminal was disbanded in 2019. Then Sergeant Cami Floyd, by chance, stumbled upon the case and became captivated by it. She poured countless hours into studying the evidence, determined to find a lead. Despite hitting numerous dead ends, she refused to concede defeat. In an unexpected turn of events in 2019, Robert Kohler Jr., a 29-year-old man, was arrested on charges of attempted burglary, domestic violence, and criminal mischief. Pursuant to protocol, his DNA was collected and entered into a federal database. Astonishingly, his DNA matched a sample collected from a December 1983 case in Miami-Dade. In this incident, a 25-year-old woman had been forced to cover her face with a blanket before being attacked with a sharp object, presumably an ice pick. Remarkably, she survived the assault, but there was a startling twist. Robert Kohler Jr. had not even been born at the time of the crime. This revelation implied that the perpetrator in the 1983 case was related to him, most likely his father, Robert Eugene Kohler. With the elder Kohler now a prime suspect, investigators delved deeper into his history and uncovered his unsettling past as a registered sex offender, having committed crimes in Palm Beach County in 1990. He had been sentenced to probation but violated it, leading to a 120-day jail term. However, because DNA collection was not mandatory at that time, no DNA sample had been obtained from him. Determined to build a watertight case against Kohler Sr., investigators decided to closely monitor him. On January 16, 2020, they meticulously followed him to a grocery store, collecting DNA swabs from items he touched, including a shopping cart and a door handle. These samples were quickly sent to the Miami-Dade Police Department's crime laboratory for testing, with results confirming a match with the DNA from the 1983 crime scene. This breakthrough, however, necessitated a final confirmation, with DNA directly collected from Kohler's body. On January 18, 2020, law enforcement officers from various agencies and cities descended upon Kohler's residence in Palm Bay to arrest him. During their search, they stumbled upon a chilling discovery: a partially constructed dungeon, sending shivers down their spines. Furthermore, they uncovered women's jewelry and a metal nail file, believed to be trophies from his crimes. Following his arrest, fresh DNA swabs were collected from Kohler and matched with the original specimens from approximately 24 suspected cases. The evidence was damning, and detectives collaborated tirelessly with prosecutors, to bring 6 sexual assault charges against Kohler Sr., including sexual battery, kidnapping, and burglary, among others. Just when it appeared that justice had been served, the Broward Sheriff's Office announced 2 years later that Kohler would face an additional 6 charges in their county. Kohler, however, remained steadfast in maintaining his innocence. The trial for the December 1983 incident commenced in January 2023, with prosecutors presenting a compelling case detailing the heinous crimes he had allegedly committed, including the murders of young girls, sadistic acts, and other atrocities. In contrast, Kohler's defense team argued that there was insufficient evidence to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. During the trial, the 63-year-old Kohler shocked everyone with his testimony. He claimed that he had been drugged, kidnapped, and tortured by corrupt police officers who had extracted his semen and planted it at the crime scene. According to him, the motive behind this sinister plot was to justify increased police budgets. On March 16, 2023, the verdict was finally delivered, finding Kohler guilty of 2 charges: kidnapping while using a weapon and burglary with assault or battery while armed. The sexual battery charge had to be dropped due to the expiration of the statute of limitations. Kohler was sentenced to 17 years in prison for his crimes, though he still faced additional charges in Broward County, which could result in further years behind bars if he is found guilty. Battle Creek, located in southwest Michigan, is a welcoming town celebrated for its friendly neighborhoods and robust economic industry. As a thriving community in the United States, it boasts a diverse population of residents. Among those residents was an innocent 21-year-old girl named Ashley Parlier in the year 2005, a year that would forever change the course of her life. Ashley Parlier was born on October 16, 1983, to Sherry and Russell Parlier. She grew up as a shy and quiet child, with only a few close friends. Her family had always been concerned about her trusting and naive nature. Ashley's older sister, Nicole Campan, remembered her as a trusting soul who believed in the inherent goodness of people. Ashley saw the world through a lens of positivity, always hoping for the best in others. Ashley, with her brown eyes and a beautiful smile that showcased her crooked teeth, graduated from Battle Creek Central High School and found employment at the nearest Taco Bell restaurant located on Northeast Capitol Avenue. At the age of 21, she was a lean and petite girl, weighing just 100 pounds. Her mental capacity was estimated to be that of a 12 to 14-year-old, which made her particularly vulnerable. In 2005, Ashley's life took a tragic turn. She found herself pregnant, a fact that deeply worried her parents, Russell and Sherry Parlier. They urged her to see a doctor and receive prenatal care, but Ashley resisted their intervention. Frustrated and upset, she left her family's home in Bedford Township, a neighborhood called Urbandale in Battle Creek, on June 12, 2005. All she had with her was $700, which she had been saving to purchase a car. Little did her family know that this would be the last time they saw her. Initially, her family assumed she had gone to a friend's house to blow off steam and expected her to return soon. However, as days turned into weeks without any sign of Ashley, their worry grew. Finally, about a week later, they decided to report her missing to the police. The authorities released information about Ashley's physical appearance, describing her as 5 feet 9 inches tall and last seen wearing a checkered shirt and blue jeans paired with brown leather sandals. The police received several tips from the public, indicating sightings of Ashley in different parts of the city, with a focus on the Houghton Lake area. Unfortunately, all these leads turned out to be dead ends, leaving her family increasingly anxious. As the investigation continued, suspicion turned toward Ashley's parents, who had not immediately reported her disappearance. Her father agreed to take a polygraph test and was cleared of any wrongdoing. However, Ashley's mother, Sherry, who was showing signs of Huntington's disease, declined to undergo the polygraph. Nicole, Ashley's sister, defended their parents, explaining that the family had been embroiled in an argument, and they assumed Ashley needed time to process things and would return soon. In their small Michigan town, sudden disappearances were rare, and they never imagined it would take years to uncover the truth. The police also looked into Ashley's ex-boyfriend, suspecting him to be the father of her unborn child. However, their investigation did not yield any conclusive evidence tying him to the crime. Despite their dedicated efforts, the police could not find any leads, suspects, or evidence related to Ashley's disappearance, and the case eventually went cold. In March 2021, officers renewed their efforts to uncover the truth about Ashley's disappearance. Detectives from various law enforcement agencies, including the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department and the Michigan State Police, joined the investigation. Sheriff Steve Hinckley even informed the media about the extensive efforts made to solve the case, including trips to California, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. A breakthrough in the case came unexpectedly when Pennsylvania law enforcement contacted Calhoun County officers in January 2021. They had found a lead in Ashley Parlier's case while questioning Harold David Holman III, a 44-year-old serial killer, about the murders of two other women, Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. Holman, seeking to avoid the death penalty, requested that all three cases be merged, shocking the detectives who had not previously connected him to Ashley's disappearance. Further investigation revealed that Holman had committed another horrific murder, this time admitting to killing Ashley Parlier. All that remained were the answers and reasons behind this heinous crime. Harold David Holman III was born on November 29, 1978, and had lived in Germany during his late teenage years. His criminal tendencies emerged when he was just 20 years old. On May 30, 1999, Holman was sitting around a campfire when he attacked Joseph Whitehurst, a 21-year-old son of an Air Force colonel. Holman felt threatened by Joseph's dancing and brutally assaulted him. Joseph was initially thought to be missing, but was later found outside Ramstein Air Base, bludgeoned to death with a club found at the crime scene. Holman's admission to this crime occurred after he was arrested for an unrelated offense and confessed to Joseph's murder. In Germany, Holman was tried as a juvenile, receiving a 6-year term at a reform school. After returning to the United States, he pursued a career as a truck driver. Holman's partial confession about Ashley's murder led to the Calhoun County Police Department taking over the case. It was revealed that Holman had been a resident of Battle Creek between 2002 and 2009, and he had crossed paths with Ashley at a bowling alley. To everyone's shock, it was confirmed that Holman was the father of Ashley's unborn child. During further interrogation, Holman disclosed chilling details of Ashley's last moments. He revealed that after her argument with her parents, Ashley had come to his house in Emmett Township, Michigan on the evening of June 13, 2005, seeking help for a pregnancy test. An argument escalated, and Holman violently assaulted Ashley, rendering her unconscious. He then transported her to the Pennsylvania hills, where he brutally bludgeoned her to death. Holman used a log to carry out the gruesome act and left her lifeless body in an overgrown field in Newton Township, 10 miles from town. He returned home, took a shower, and disposed of his bloody clothing at his workplace. Holman claimed that he felt deep remorse after killing Ashley and drowned his guilt in alcohol for weeks. He even revisited the location years later, finding only her skeletal remains. Holman's confession revealed his fascination with serial killers, particularly citing the influence of movies like Silence of the Lambs and the character Hannibal Lecter. When asked which homicide he remembered the most, he replied that he could vividly recall all of them, and admitted that had he not been apprehended, he would have continued to kill. Holman, who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, revealed that he had planned to kill again after several years. On June 13, 2018, he targeted a new victim, a mother of 2 children named Tiana Phillips, who subsequently disappeared without a trace. Similarly, on December 6, 2020, Erica Schultz, a 26-year-old autistic woman, had arranged to meet an online date named Dave. The date went awry, and Erica went missing, prompting her worried family and friends to contact the police. Law enforcement examined Erica's contact history and identified Holman as the prime suspect. On December 27, 2020, a Norfolk Southern police officer arrested him along railroad tracks in Duncannon, Pennsylvania, with a self-inflicted wound. Holman expressed a desire to die for his sins and confessed to the murders of Schultz and Phillips. While receiving medical treatment in the hospital, he was subsequently sent to jail. In jail, Holman wrote a letter to his ex-wife, providing a chilling account of his brutal actions in killing Tiana Phillips. He expressed that there was no real reason to kill Tiana other than seeking the rush he experienced during his murders. Holman nonchalantly described it as, "just like another day in the park." It became evident that Holman was not an ordinary criminal. He followed a distinct pattern in his killings. He would incapacitate his victims with blunt force trauma to the head, ensuring they were unconscious before attacking them. He would then dispose of their bodies without burying them and revisit the remains months later. Calhoun County Sheriff's Department Detective John Pignataro noted that Holman did not maintain a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021 and attributed his actions to a failed marriage. Holman held a distorted belief in alpha and non-alpha individuals, referring to a master-submissive dynamic. He believed that when his wife did not submit to him, he sought that dynamic in extramarital affairs. In a surprising turn of events, Holman eventually offered an apology to the Parlier family. He stated that he regretted Ashley's murder more than any other, but Nicole, Ashley's sister, could not accept an apology from a serial killer who had not only taken her sister's life, but also claimed 3 other innocent victims. Despite identifying the killer, Ashley remained missing, and her family continued to suffer. In an attempt to locate Ashley's remains, the police asked Holman to lead them to the area where he had left her body. As part of a plea deal with the Luzerne County District Attorney's Office, Holman agreed to cooperate in finding Ashley's remains in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. He guided Calhoun County Police to a wooded area at 6.5 Mile Road in Newton Township, south of Battle Creek. Despite the involvement of nearly 24 officers in a search on March 30, 2022, her body could not be located. Residents of the area recalled that the land had been farmland in 2005, but it had since been subdivided and sold to different property owners. Holman's inability to pinpoint the exact location where he had left Ashley's body frustrated the search efforts. Nevertheless, the police remained determined not to give up on finding her. In July 2021, Holman was charged with the murder of 21-year-old Ashley Parlier. Faced with the possibility of the death penalty, he pleaded guilty to the murders of Schultz and Phillips in September 2021, ultimately receiving 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Lucerne County President Judge Michael T. Val denounced Holman as evil for taking the lives of these innocent women for no reason. He described Holman's actions as unprecedented in his 30-year career. In February 2023, Holman pleaded guilty to the second-degree murder of Ashley Parlier. He was sentenced to 37.5 to 60 years in prison during his trial on April 10, 2023. Nicole, on behalf of her family, delivered a victim impact statement during Holman's trial. She was joined by the older sisters of other victims from Pennsylvania who had connected with her through a Facebook group called Bring Ashley Home. They found solace in their shared grief and vowed to remember their sisters for their goodness and kindness, not the man who took their lives. Calhoun County Sheriff Steve Hinckley continued to seek any information that could aid in resolving Ashley Parlier's case, which finally received some closure after 18 years of uncertainty and anguish. While Ashley's family may never fully recover from the tragedy, the identification and sentencing of her killer brought a sense of justice to a grieving community that had searched tirelessly for answers. In the tranquil and idyllic region of Victoria, Australia, which has long been renowned for its peace and quality of life, a shocking act of violence shattered the tranquility on March 18, 1992. Geelong West, a part of Victoria, boasts a harmonious blend of residential and commercial areas, offering convenience and comfort to families and professionals while being in close proximity to stunning beaches and major cities. It is an area that prioritizes relaxation and well-being. However, the serenity of this neighborhood was disrupted when a heinous crime occurred, targeting 29-year-old Annette Stewart within the confines of her home on Hope Street. Annette Stewart, born in March 1962 to Roy and Margaret Stewart, was a woman who had built a life for herself. She had 2 children, a 10-year-old son named Aaron and a 13-year-old daughter named Jacinta. Tragically, these children were left alone when their mother's life was brutally taken from her. Annette was employed at the Winchester ammunition factory in Point Henry, but little information about her personal life was available to the public. To her children, Jacinta remembered her as a loving and ever-present mother. Annette had a vibrant personality and a wide circle of friends who cherished her deeply. She was brimming with energy and positivity, making her sudden and untimely demise all the more devastating. Just 2 weeks before her 30th birthday, on March 17, 1992, Annette concluded her workday at approximately 4 p.m. She then went shopping in Geelong with 4 male friends, creating pleasant memories with them. After returning home, they enjoyed a leisurely tea together. However, it was after her friends departed that Annette found herself alone in her house on that fateful day of March 18th. The following day, a friend who had been Annette's former flatmate stopped by. Seeing her car parked outside, he entered the house with the intention of meeting her. Little did he anticipate the horrors he would encounter within those walls. Instead of a warm reunion with his friend, he discovered Annette's lifeless and unclothed body. A cruel electrical cord cruelly tightened around her neck. He immediately alerted the authorities, setting in motion a thorough police investigation. An autopsy of Annette's body revealed that she had suffered head injuries and had been strangled in a horrific and brutal manner, making strangulation the cause of her death. During the initial stages of the investigation, the police faced a dearth of leads, and the case eventually went cold. It wasn't until 15 years later, in 2007, that a coroner named Ian West identified Annette's co-worker, Craig Cameron Rogers, as the primary suspect. Rogers had remained a person of interest throughout the investigation due to the accounts he had provided to the police. Annette's sister, Gillian Stewart, expressed her relief at the discovery and noted that it aligned with their expectations. However, no charges were filed against anyone at that time, and the police continued to explore potential suspects and leads without success. In a desperate bid to unearth a substantial lead, the Victoria Police Department offered a reward of $1 million to anyone who could provide pertinent information regarding the case. This reward offer came in January 2020, and it led to a significant breakthrough. Detectives from Victoria and Western Australia began to connect dots between murder cases, and they ultimately arrested a 52-year-old man named Darren John Chalmers in Perth's Wembley area. Chalmers emerged as a prime suspect in the disappearance and subsequent murder of a 59-year-old woman named Diane Barrett in Medina. Chalmers, when confronted, admitted to his guilt in the case of Diane Barrett. He disclosed that after having a meal at Diane's place, which was his neighbor, he lured her to his house for tea and then brutally attacked her. He injected her with methamphetamine, strangled her with his hands in a metal bar, and inexplicably discarded her lifeless body in a remote brushland. Chillingly, when he watched news coverage of the case on television with a friend, he casually remarked, "Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery, isn't it?" Detectives seized this opportunity to inquire about Annette Stewart, and the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. While the police did not immediately press charges related to Annette's murder, they issued a strong statement to the media. They declared that they were no longer actively seeking other suspects, and that the investigation would center around their interactions with Chalmers. The authorities were confident that they had finally identified Annette's killer. Subsequently, after transporting Chalmers from Perth to Victoria, he was officially charged with the murder of Annette Stewart in March 2023. As Chalmers' case unfolded, many aspects of his troubled life were brought to light. Born and raised in Victoria, he had been a ward of the state since his teenage years. Throughout his life, Chalmers had endured abuse at the hands of both men and women, which had fueled his growing rage, particularly towards women. His history was marred by violent outbursts, often exacerbated by drug use, especially methamphetamine. In the case of Diane Barrett, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 2040, marking the end of one gruesome chapter in his life. Following an extensive investigation, during which investigators became increasingly certain of Chalmers' involvement in Annette's death, he was placed in custody pending his appearance at the Melbourne Magistrates Court on March 20th. During this appearance conducted via video link, Chalmers could be seen wearing glasses and prison attire. He was not required to enter a plea at this stage, with his next court date set for June 13, 2023, when he is expected to face trial. The exact motive behind Annette's murder remains unconfirmed, but it is a tragic event that robbed the world of a joyful life and a cherished individual. In conclusion, the peaceful and livable community of Geelong West, Victoria, was forever changed by the violent crime that took place on March 18, 1992. Annette Stewart's life was tragically cut short, leaving behind 2 grieving children and a community in shock. The path to justice was long and complex, involving years of investigation and the eventual arrest of Darren John Chalmers. While his trial is yet to take place, the hope remains that Annette's family and friends may finally find closure and the answers they seek regarding her untimely death. Todd Lampe, a man born in 1980 in Mississippi, emerged from a rather mysterious early life, with scant information available about his formative years. Nonetheless, one thing is certain. In 2002, he made a life-altering decision to leave behind his hometown in search of a fresh start. The picturesque coastal town of Hyannis, Massachusetts, became his new haven, a place where he would craft a new chapter in his life. People who had the privilege of knowing Todd often spoke of him in glowing terms. Described as vibrant and charismatic, Todd was a magnetic force within the community, radiating positivity that drew people towards him. His welcoming nature and infectious energy left a lasting impact on those he encountered. He was, without a doubt, a beacon of optimism in the lives of many. Adding to his identity, Todd was also the proud father of 3 beautiful daughters, each born to a different mother. Despite the inherent complexities of co-parenting, Todd remained steadfastly devoted to his daughters. He tirelessly worked to provide for them, channeling his every spare moment into showering them with love and attention. Nevertheless, Todd's life was not an unbroken chain of sunshine and rainbows. He had encountered his fair share of adversity and run-ins with the law. However, Todd was resolute in his refusal to allow his past to define him. He possessed an indomitable spirit and was determined to create a better life, not just for himself, but for his loved ones as well. Tragically, the course of Todd's life took a dark and unforeseen turn on February 27, 2011. At the age of 31, Todd was enjoying a tranquil evening at his Hyannis home. His girlfriend Tiasia was present, as were the mother of one of his daughters, along with her mother, Deborah Cook Warren. Curtis Collins, a close friend of Todd, arrived, and the group gathered for dinner. Following their meal, they settled into the bedroom to watch a basketball game. However, this peaceful evening was violently disrupted by the sudden sound of gunshots that reverberated throughout the house. Todd's screams pierced the air, prompting Tiasia to rush to the bedroom in a state of panic. What she witnessed there would haunt her for the rest of her life. Todd, standing with blood pouring from his body, had been shot. She hurried to his side, but it was tragically too late. The tranquility of the evening had descended into a horrifying nightmare. In a state of panic, Curtis called 911, and soon after, the police and paramedics arrived at the scene. Tragically, they discovered that Todd had already succumbed to his injuries. The investigators meticulously combed every inch of the house, searching for clues to unravel this disturbing mystery. Their examination led them outside the front bedroom window, where they discovered 3 .22 caliber federal ammunition shell casings, indicating that the shots had been fired from outside. But that wasn't all they found. A sweet potato with a flat cut on one end was also discovered, suggesting it had been used as a makeshift silencer to dampen the sound of the gunshots. The detectives couldn't help but draw a connection to a scene from the HBO crime drama series The Wire, where a sweet potato had been used as a silencer to mask a gunshot. As their investigation continued, they found a black Boost mobile cell phone in the grass near the corner of the house, which belonged to Curtis. He explained that he had lost it during the chaotic aftermath of the shooting. A day after this tragic incident, the autopsy report was released, revealing that Todd had suffered 3 gunshot wounds, resulting in fractured ribs and lung injuries, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. This devastating news only fueled the determination of detectives Jason Laborer and Thomas Chevalier to bring justice to Todd and his grieving family. The 2 detectives wasted no time and called Curtis in for questioning. Curtis provided his account of the events leading up to the shooting, admitting to using his blue Sanyo phone. However, during the investigation, suspicions arose when the detectives reviewed Curtis's phone records. The call history on the phone didn't align with the call records obtained from the telecommunications company. Calls made and received by Curtis from a particular number just before and after the shooting were mysteriously missing from his phone's log. It appeared that Curtis had deliberately deleted them, raising further doubts. Their inquiry led the detectives to a man named Tavares Hampton, the individual Curtis had been communicating with before and after the shooting. Hampton was already entangled in legal troubles and was being monitored with a GPS tracking bracelet at the time of the shooting. The detectives delved into the data recorded by the bracelet and uncovered shocking evidence. The GPS data indicated that Hampton had been in close proximity to Todd's home precisely at the time of the shooting. Days after Todd's murder, detectives Jason and Thomas saw an opportunity to extract answers when Hampton was arrested for an unrelated matter. However, their hopes were dashed as Hampton remained tight-lipped and uncooperative. Their persistence finally bore fruit on March 18, 2011, when 2 workers from Sullivan Engineering stumbled upon a firearm in the murky waters of the mill pond in the Marston's Mills section of Barnstable. Upon examining the weapon, the detectives were astonished to find that it contained live rounds of the same caliber as the spent shell casings found at the scene of Todd's shooting. It was almost certainly the murder weapon, but despite this crucial discovery, the investigation into Todd's death appeared to stall. Nevertheless, the detectives remained vigilant, particularly in their pursuit of Hampton. They were convinced that he was involved in some capacity and were unwavering in their commitment to uncovering the truth, regardless of how much time had passed. In 2012, a significant breakthrough occurred in Todd's murder case. Detectives conducted a DNA analysis on a potato found at the crime scene. The results revealed a mixture of 2 human DNA samples, with one belonging to a man. They obtained Hampton's DNA to make a comparison with the sample found on the potato. Unfortunately, progress in the case came to a halt until a stroke of luck in 2016. In October of that year, detectives observed Hampton spotting phlegm in a puddle and quickly collected it for analysis. In 2018, the detectives received even more incriminating evidence against Hampton. GPS tracking data showed that on the night of February 28, 2011, Hampton had made a stop at the mill pond in Marston's Mills, just 23 feet from where the firearm was used in Todd's shooting. Furthermore, the analysis of the phlegm yielded results indicating a high probability that the DNA on the potato found at the crime scene matched Hampton's. With this compelling body of evidence, it was evident that Hampton had a direct connection to the crime. On February 24, 2023, justice finally caught up with Hampton. He was apprehended and charged with murder and assault with a deadly weapon in relation to Todd's death. On the 12th anniversary of Todd's tragic demise, which fell on February 27, 2023, Hampton appeared in court, where he pleaded not guilty. He was ordered to be held without bail, pending his probable cause hearing scheduled for April 5, 2023. A few days later, on March 7, 2023, Curtis, who had been considered a potential accomplice, was also taken into custody and charged with 1 count of murder. He appeared in court the following day and pleaded not guilty to all charges. The community held on to a glimmer of hope that justice would finally be served for Todd, bringing closure to a case that had spanned over a decade. The road to justice had been long and arduous, but the persistence of detectives and the strength of evidence had brought them closer to unveiling the truth behind Todd's tragic death. Nestled in the heart of Knoxville, Tennessee, lies Buck Tom's Park. It may not have been the largest playground in the city, but it held a special place in the hearts of many families. For those seeking a tranquil escape from the urban hustle and bustle, this park was a haven. During the day, the sounds of children's laughter and the creaking of swings filled the air, creating a joyful atmosphere. However, as the sun set, the park's serenity took on a different tone. Buck Tom's Park, under the cover of nightfall, often transformed it into a sacred sanctuary for some, where they indulged in forbidden vices away from prying eyes. Yet, it was on a fateful evening, April 13th, 1984, that this peaceful setting was shattered by a gut-wrenching discovery that would leave the entire community in shock and turmoil. What was uncovered among the trees and playground equipment that day would haunt the memories of those who bore witness to it. The unfortunate discoverer of this horrifying scene was none other than a young girl from the neighboring community. She was innocent-hearted and inquisitive, and she had been playing near the park when something caught her eye: a lifeless body. As she cautiously approached the motionless figure lying amidst a pool of crimson, a shiver ran down her spine. The woman's face was concealed, buried in the dirt and leaves, but even from her vantage point, the child sensed that something was terribly wrong. With her heart racing, the young girl edged closer, only to be confronted by a sight that would scar her for life. The woman's clothing was disheveled, and her body bore gaping wounds. The sight of a shattered knifey with its blade and handle lying ominously nearby sent shivers down the girl's spine. The brutality of the scene was almost unbearable, even for a child with innocence still in her eyes. Overwhelmed by fear, she ran towards the nearest adult, her voice quivering as she described the gruesome scene she had stumbled upon. Horror and panic gripped everyone who heard her account. The community was jolted into action, rallying concerned citizens who immediately contacted the authorities. In no time, Buck Tom's Park, once serene, became a hive of activity as police officers swarmed the area, their faces reflecting disbelief at the brutality of the crime. They wondered who could commit such an atrocious act. With the utmost care, the investigators meticulously combed the scene, searching for any evidence that might shed light on the victim's fate. Every stone was overturned, every bush scrutinized, but their efforts yielded nothing. It was as if the perpetrator had vanished into thin air. Finally, the victim's battered body was loaded into an ambulance and whisked away, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The victim was soon identified as Terry Lynn Majors Kirkland, a 23-year-old woman born in 1960 with roots in Knoxville. Beyond these basic details, little was known about her life, including her upbringing, schooling, and the events that led to her tragic end. The news of Terry's death spread like wildfire throughout the community, eliciting shockwaves of grief and fear. Her family, upon receiving the devastating news, was left reeling with heartbreak and disbelief. How could Terry, so young and full of life, meet such a brutal end? But Terry's family was not alone in their grief. The entire community was rocked by the tragedy. People couldn't stop talking about it, struggling to come to terms with the violent incident that shattered their peaceful haven. The fact that such a horrific crime had occurred in a public space only added to the fear and paranoia gripping the community. Parents were afraid to let their children out of their sight, and even adults hesitated to venture out after dark. The once familiar streets and playgrounds now seemed to hold a sinister presence, a constant reminder of the darkness lurking beneath the surface. As the investigation progressed, the results of Terry's autopsy, conducted in Ontario, revealed a new and horrifying detail. Terry had not only suffered multiple stab wounds, but had also been struck in the head with a brutal blow. The investigation into Terry's murder soon became one of the most intense and exhaustive hunts for a killer in the history of Knoxville. Detectives worked tirelessly, conducting interviews, following leads, and scrutinizing every scrap of evidence. However, despite their best efforts, the killer remained elusive, taunting them from the shadows. In a desperate attempt to crack the case, former Tennessee Governor Lamar Alexander offered a substantial reward for information leading to the capture of Terry's killer, but even the promise of a cash windfall failed to coax anyone forward. For the detectives assigned to the case, it was a frustrating and demoralizing period. Every lead seemed to peter out into a dead end, and every interview yielded nothing but vague rumors and hearsay. As the years passed, Terry's family was left to grieve alone, and it seemed as though the killer had gotten away with murder, with justice for Terry forever out of reach. After years of silence, the investigation into Terry Kirkland's brutal murder was reignited in 2018. Detective Jeff Day from the Knoxville Police Department was assigned to the case, and he was determined to bring the killer to justice. As he delved into the case files, he became convinced that the killer was someone who knew Terry intimately. The level of violence indicated a personal motive, and Detective Jeff hoped that someone in the community would come forward with information. In that year, they had a strong suspect, but couldn't reveal their identity just yet. As the investigation continued, the people of Knoxville wondered if justice would finally be served for Terry. February 2023 marked a month of new beginnings for the Knoxville Police Department as they launched a brand new homicide unit. This unit was unlike any other, comprised of a team of highly skilled and experienced investigators dedicated to solving some of the city's most heinous and brutal crimes. Their mission was clear: to bring justice to victims and their families, no matter how long ago the crime had been committed. The homicide unit wasted no time getting to work, and one of the first cases they took on was the unsolved murder of Terry Lynn Majors Kirkland. The case had remained cold for decades, but this new team of investigators was determined to find the killer and bring them to justice. They painstakingly reviewed every piece of evidence, re-interviewed witnesses, and followed up on leads, all in the hopes of finally unraveling the mystery of Terry's death. In March 2023, the Knoxville Police Department made a long-awaited announcement that sent shockwaves throughout the community. Less than a month after its formation, the newly established homicide unit had cracked Terry's murder case. While the authorities refused to divulge the identity of the suspect or the method used to identify them, they did confirm that the suspect had passed away in 2021. The District Attorney General's office had also deemed that there was enough evidence to prosecute the case if the suspect had been alive. The community experienced mixed emotions: relief that the case had finally been solved, yet frustration that the person responsible could not face justice. For Terry's family and friends, the announcement brought a sense of closure and peace after years of unanswered questions and grief. While the details of the investigation remained shrouded in mystery, the fact that the killer had finally been identified and held accountable offered some measure of solace. Perhaps one day the police will decide to share more about how they cracked the case, but for now the community can rest, knowing that the homicide unit achieved a remarkable feat in a short time. In the heart of Indiana lies a charming little town known as Kokomo, where life is simple and ideal for raising children. This quaint town boasts a reputation for its low crime rate, earning it the nickname City of Firsts. However, beneath its serene exterior, Kokomo harbors a dark and tragic tale that left its mark on the community forever. It's a story that revolves around a young woman named Destiny Pittman, whose life was tragically cut short on a fateful night in 2013, marking one of the town's first harrowing incidents. Destiny Pittman, born on January 9, 1992 in Kokomo, was the child of Melvin L. Douglas Jr. and Carla A. Pittman McCombs. Destiny had a close-knit family with siblings and many friends who cherished her for her beautiful smile and charming personality. Her mere presence had the power to illuminate any room she entered. Destiny nurtured dreams of a modeling career, brimming with excitement about her future endeavors. Just 8 months before her untimely demise, Destiny had purchased a house where she resided with her boyfriend and a roommate. Their home also included 2 children and 3 dogs, among them a Chihuahua and 2 pit bulls. The clock struck 9:33 p.m. on February 7, 2013, when a chilling call reached the Kokomo police, urgently requesting their presence at 815 James Drive. The report indicated a shooting had occurred. Responding swiftly, officers arrived at the scene by 9:40 p.m., discovering a bullet hole in the wall and the lifeless body of 21-year-old Destiny Pittman lying in a pool of her own blood. Tragically, Destiny was pronounced dead on the spot. What makes this case all the more bewildering is that everyone in the house at the time of the incident, including the dogs, bore witness to the shocking event. 2 strangers had entered their sanctuary, ruthlessly ending the life of a young woman with her entire future ahead of her. They committed the heinous act, seizing cash and drugs before vanishing without a trace, leaving Kokomo in shock. Destiny Pittman's autopsy revealed that her untimely demise was due to a single gunshot wound to her chest, which pierced through her body and struck the wall behind her. A single .40 caliber shell casing was recovered from the crime scene. Subsequently, the police conducted interviews with Destiny's boyfriend and roommate to unravel the events that transpired that dreadful night. According to their accounts, there was a loud knock on the door, putting everyone in the house on high alert. Suddenly, the door was kicked in, and two armed intruders stormed into the premises. Destiny, perhaps unaware of the impending danger, confronted the intruders, who reacted by fatally shooting her. Chaos ensued as everyone in the house sought refuge, with Destiny's roommate and boyfriend unable to catch more than a fleeting glimpse of one of the intruders, represented by a solitary shoe. The intruders proceeded to ransack the house, with one of them voicing frustration, exclaiming, "Where the F is it?" After their nefarious act, the assailants fled the scene in a vehicle that remained unseen by the witnesses. Destiny's dreams, aspirations, and the promise of her future were all mercilessly extinguished on that tragic night in 2013. The roommate, though unable to identify the intruders visually, expressed her belief that they were African American, citing their urban-sounding voices as the basis for her assumption. However, she conceded that it remained a possibility that they could have been of a different ethnicity. Destiny's boyfriend, in his confession to the police, revealed that both he and Destiny had been involved in the sale of marijuana, although Destiny had withdrawn from the business after inheriting a sum of money. He admitted to having possession of a bag of marijuana and more than $2,000 earned from a recent drug sale a few days prior to the intrusion. The police surmised that the intruders might have been motivated by their knowledge of the drugs and cash kept in the house. Beyond these details, the police had little to go on, with no substantial leads to pursue. 2 years passed, and it was now 2015, with the police still fervently working to unravel the mystery. The only information available was the cooperation of Destiny's boyfriend and roommate, who provided all the details they could recall. The dedicated detectives refused to relent, driven by the hope of bringing justice to Destiny and closure to her grieving family. In the midst of their anguish, Destiny's family struggled to come to terms with her tragic death. Her mother, Carla Pittman McCombs, preserved everything in the house as it was on that fateful day in 2013. The bullet hole remained untouched, along with all of Destiny's photographs. The only attempt at normalcy was the effort to remove the bloodstains from the bedroom floor. Carla's grief was unrelenting, and she often found herself in tears, battling depression. She clung to the hope that someone would come forward with information about her daughter's death, and she made her sentiments known in a media statement. She lamented the complete upheaval of her life, expressing her dissatisfaction with the perpetrators who had taken her child for no apparent reason, leaving her with immeasurable pain and devastation. Destiny's stepfather, Stephen McCombs, observed that Carla was struggling to cope with her daughter's death even after all these years. She would often welcome visitors into their home, referring to it as Destiny's house or Destiny's home. Destiny's biological father, Douglas Jr., shared his ongoing ordeal, expressing his daily struggles and the frustration he felt. He understood the limitations faced by the police in discussing the case due to its ongoing nature, but couldn't help but miss his daughter terribly. He held on to the hope that the individuals responsible would eventually have families of their own, experiencing the joy of parenthood. In that moment of understanding, he believed they might comprehend the depth of pain caused by their actions and come forward with a confession. Another unnamed family member echoed the sentiments of many, acknowledging that Destiny's heart would never beat again. While no amount of justice could ever be enough, they believed that the family deserved closure. They denounced the cold-heartedness and ruthlessness of the perpetrators, emphasizing the need for accountability. Captain Teresa Galloway of the Kokomo Police Department issued a statement, asserting that the case remained an open investigation, firmly rejecting the notion of classifying it as a cold case. They continued to welcome tips and pursue all leads diligently, urging anyone with information to come forward. However, for years, no substantial breakthroughs emerged, and the prospects of solving Destiny's case grew increasingly dim. Hope was rekindled in 2021 when the Kokomo police renewed their plea for information regarding Destiny's homicide. They affirmed that her case remained open and that they had been diligently investigating all tips and leads received over the past 8 years. They beseeched the public, urging them to share any knowledge they possessed. However, as time passed, it seemed that Destiny's case would remain shrouded in mystery. A significant turning point occurred on December 5, 2022, when the Kokomo Police Department received a voicemail that would change the course of the investigation. A woman reached out, expressing her belief that the case should have been resolved by now. Frustrated by the lack of progress, she felt compelled to share information she had kept hidden for years. After witnessing press releases about Destiny's case for an extended period, she could no longer bear the burden of silence. She disclosed the identities of the 2 individuals who had barged into Destiny's house on that fateful night in 2013, 36-year-old Jesse McCartney and 32-year-old Joey McCartney. The informant initially conveyed her fear of Jesse McCartney, but when contacted by the police, she revealed that she had been in the company of the McCartney brothers on the night of the incident. They had claimed they were running an errand, and she had tagged along. She had been waiting in a Jeep parked outside Destiny's house when she heard a loud noise emanating from within. Within minutes, Jesse emerged from the house clutching a gallon-sized bag of marijuana and a substantial amount of cash. Joey followed suit, and Jesse, the owner of the firearm used in the crime, displayed visible signs of distress and anxiety. The informant further disclosed that the McCartney brothers had sold both the gun and the Jeep within 6 months of the incident. Jesse subsequently asked the informant to accompany him and drove past Destiny's house the following day, pointing out the police tape surrounding the premises to confirm the accuracy of the story. When the police asked the informant to identify the house she was referring to, it was confirmed to be Destiny's residence on James Drive. She also revealed that Jesse had changed his phone number but was still residing in Kokomo, specifically on Monroe Street. In contrast, his brother Joey had relocated to Kentucky. Building on this newfound information, the police revisited Destiny's boyfriend and showed him photographs of Jesse and Joey McCartney. Destiny's boyfriend recognized Joey, recalling having seen him in their house in the company of a mutual friend. Finally, after a decade of persistent investigation and leads provided by the public, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. With the accumulation of sufficient evidence, the authorities wasted no time in seeking justice. An official statement confirmed that investigators from the Criminal Investigations Section had obtained arrest warrants for Jesse and Joey McCartney. Joey was apprehended by the U.S. Marshals and local police around 6 a.m. on March 2, 2023, at a residence in Graham, Kentucky. Merely 2 hours later, Jesse was taken into custody at his Kokomo residence. Both McCartney brothers were charged with a slew of offenses, including robbery resulting in bodily injury, conspiracy to commit burglary resulting in bodily injury, and murder, all categorized as Class A felonies. Additionally, they faced a Class B felony charge of burglary. Indiana court records revealed that Joey had a prior run-in with the law, having faced a misdemeanor battery charge in September 2012. Subsequently, a pretrial diversion agreement was filed on February 28, 2013, and the scheduled bench trial was canceled by March 2014 after Joey successfully completed the diversion program, resulting in the dismissal of the case. Jesse McCartney also had a police record, having been charged with battery in September 2012. The victim in this case was a healthcare provider who suffered injuries, leading to the modification of the charge to a felony. On April 3, 2013, a pretrial diversion agreement was filed, and the case was ultimately dismissed within a year, with the case file destroyed in 2016. Following their arrest, Jesse and Joey McCartney appeared for their initial hearings on March 9th and March 10th, 2023. Both brothers entered a plea of not guilty, but the judge ordered them to be held without bond. As they awaited their trial, the community grappled with the realization that after a decade of mystery, the McCartney brothers would finally face the consequences of their actions. The tragic story of Destiny Pittman's senseless death in Kokomo serves as a testament to the enduring pursuit of justice by law enforcement and the unwavering determination of a grieving family. Destiny's memory lives on, and her case reminds us that even the darkest mysteries can be unraveled with time, persistence, and the courage of those who come forward with crucial information. As the McCartney brothers await their day in court, the town of Kokomo stands united in the hope that justice will finally be served for Destiny and her loved ones. In Fontana, California, a city nestled within San Bernardino County, boasting a population of over 215,000 residents. This city is renowned for its steel mill and the California Speedway, offering not only an industrial landscape, but also a variety of parks and recreational activities for its inhabitants to enjoy. However, beneath its seemingly ordinary facade, Fontana holds a chilling secret, one that unraveled with the mysterious disappearance and murder of a man in 1988. On the morning of June 8, 1988, Angel Martinez, a 27-year-old man, awoke before the sun had even graced the horizon. His day began like any other, as the dedicated owner of Arrowwood Apartments in Fontana. Angel's responsibilities included collecting rent from his tenants, and on that fateful morning, he gathered a bundle of cash rent money, ready to carry out this routine task. Little did Angel know that this seemingly ordinary transaction would be the last of his life. As the day progressed, Martinez inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a community in shock and distress. The kind-hearted owner of Arrowwood Apartments had disappeared without a trace. His wife reported his sudden absence, and a frantic search began immediately, with friends, family, and authorities alike eager to discover his whereabouts. The mystery deepened when on June 17, 1988, Angel Martinez's abandoned car was found in the parking lot of a Duarte bowling alley. This discovery only raised more questions, as there was no sign of Angel, and his car yielded little in the way of evidence. 3 days later, in the desolate expanse of the Arizona desert, a grim revelation was made. A lifeless body, buried in a shallow grave, was unearthed and identified as Angel Martinez. However, the scant evidence found at the scene and in his car offered few leads. Investigators faced a perplexing puzzle, with foreign DNA on Angel's clothing being one of the few tangible pieces of evidence. It became increasingly apparent that this heinous crime was likely an inside job, but the identity of the mastermind and their accomplices remained shrouded in uncertainty. Determined to unravel the truth, Fontana Police Department Detective Catherine Clark devoted herself to the case, knowing that justice must be served, no matter how long it took. With unwavering dedication, Detective Clark delved into the enigma surrounding Angel Martinez's disappearance and murder. Through exhaustive interviews with Martinez's neighbors and colleagues, a mosaic of the events of that ominous day began to take shape. It was revealed that Angel had scheduled appointments with several individuals, none of whom he met, as he inexplicably vanished. Beyond this, investigators struggled to glean further insights, and the case eventually went cold, haunting them for 35 long years. Yet their determination persisted. After meticulously reviewing evidence and conducting numerous forensic tests, a breakthrough finally occurred on March 1, 2023. The Fontana Police Department filed murder charges against Kelvin Keith Emmons, a 63-year-old man whose DNA matched the foreign DNA discovered on Angel Martinez's clothing. An arrest warrant was issued, igniting a spark of hope in the prolonged quest for justice. On March 5, 2023, in a determined pursuit of justice, law enforcement officers traveled to Wisconsin, where Emmons resided. With the assistance of the De Pere Police Department, the moment that had eluded them for decades finally arrived. Kelvin Keith Emmons was apprehended, marking the end of years of anguish and uncertainty for Angel Martinez's grieving family. Emmons now awaits extradition to San Bernardino County, where he will stand trial for the murder of Angel Martinez. The resolution of this cold case stands as a testament to the tireless dedication of law enforcement officers and investigators in their relentless pursuit of justice for victims and their families. Fontana Police Chief Michael Dorsey lauded the unwavering efforts of all those involved in cracking this case, from the cold case detectives to the district attorney investigators. In a heartfelt statement, he expressed his gratitude for their relentless commitment to bringing justice to the Martinez family. This case serves as an inspirational reminder that one should never give up on unsolved cases, even when decades have passed since the crime occurred. The Fontana Police Department shared this sentiment on their Facebook page, emphasizing that justice can still be achieved, regardless of how much time has elapsed. The story of Angel Martinez's murder, the perseverance of those seeking the truth, and the eventual resolution of this chilling case exemplify the enduring pursuit of justice in our society. Then in 2022, authorities made the decision to revisit the case armed with advanced scientific and investigative tools. Detectives were resolute in their determination to finally bring closure to a case that had plagued them for so long. By developing a DNA profile from evidence collected in 1970, detectives embarked on a new path of investigation. They compared this DNA profile to publicly accessible genealogical databases and embarked on the painstaking task of constructing a family tree. This led them to identify potential relatives of the suspect, a crucial breakthrough in their pursuit of justice. A DNA sample was obtained from one of these relatives, whose identity was kept confidential by the authorities. With bated breath, the DNA sample was tested, and the long-awaited breakthrough finally occurred. The suspect was identified as Forrest Clyde Williams. However, the excitement of this discovery was tempered by a painful realization. Williams had passed away in Salem, Virginia, in 2018 from natural causes. Justice, it seemed, would remain elusive in this case. The bitter pill to swallow was that they had finally found the man responsible, but they could not hold him accountable for his crimes. In a press conference held on March 10, 2023, the police announced this breakthrough in the case. They revealed that Williams, who was 21 years old at the time of Pamela's death, had faced a few minor charges in the early 1970s, but apart from an assault arrest, he had no significant criminal record. The police disclosed that had Williams still been alive, he would have been charged with Pamela's murder. At present, they have not ruled out the possibility of additional suspects and are appealing to anyone who may have known Williams during that time to come forward with information. While justice may remain elusive for Pamela's untimely death, the resolution of her case does bring some closure to her grieving family and the community that has carried the weight of this unsolved mystery for so long. In the quiet town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, on the chilly day of January 13, 1954, a newborn girl named Pamela took her first breath. She was the eldest of 3 siblings, born to Mr. and Mrs. William Conyers. Pamela's early life remained largely private, but her journey would soon take a remarkable turn. Fast forward to 1970, and Pamela had blossomed into a talented high school student attending Glen Burnie High School in the suburbs of Baltimore. At school, she proudly joined the ranks of the school band, showcasing her exceptional flute-playing skills. Like most teenagers, Pamela cherished her family and friends, eagerly creating unforgettable memories. Life seemed to hold endless possibilities for her. However, as fate would have it, Pamela's life would take an unexpected and dark turn that no one could have foreseen. It was the evening of Friday, October 16, 1970, and the air was electric with anticipation for Glen Burnie High School's homecoming bonfire and pep rally. Pamela was among the enthusiastic crowd, cheering on her school's team and soaking in the festive atmosphere as the night wound down. After the event, Pamela headed back home with excitement brewing in her heart. Her next task was to plan her outfit for the upcoming school dance and she had a particular idea in mind. She needed shoe dye to match her dress, and her destination was the Herondale Mall, just a short drive away from her home. Pamela's mother, always supportive of her daughter's fashion choices, handed her $5 for the show day at 8:30 p.m. Pamela left the house, promising her mother that she would return shortly. She got into the family's car, a 1966 Dodge, and set off toward the mall. Little did Pamela's parents know that this night would mark the last time they would see their beloved daughter alive. If only they had possessed the foresight to anticipate the harrowing events that lay ahead, they might never have allowed her out of their sight. As the night grew longer, Pamela failed to return home, causing her parents increasing anxiety. It was unlike their daughter to stay out so late. Their worries and concerns deepened, and eventually, they took the painful step of reporting her as missing to the local police. That very night, law enforcement officers sprang into immediate action, determined to unravel the mystery of Pamela's disappearance. Their investigation began by retracing Pamela's steps, commencing with the Herondale Mall, where she had gone to purchase the shoe dye. There, they discovered that she had indeed visited the mall and made her purchase, but what happened afterward remained shrouded in mystery. It was at this point that suspicions of an abduction began to emerge. The following morning, state and county law enforcement launched an extensive search effort, even utilizing a helicopter to cover as much ground as possible. However, it was as though Pamela had vanished into thin air. 2 days later, on October 19, 1970, a man walking in the woods stumbled upon an abandoned vehicle. The car was situated in an overgrown field, about 100 yards off Mountain Road Extension in Pasadena. Recognizing that something was amiss, the man promptly alerted the authorities. When the police arrived at the scene, they confirmed that the car was the same one Pamela had driven on the night she went missing. Yet, there was no sign of Pamela herself, and a crucial detail captured their attention. The car keys were nowhere to be found. This new piece of evidence deepened the mysteries surrounding Pamela's disappearance. As dawn broke on October 20th, 1970, the search for Pamela intensified as officers scoured the densely wooded area around where her abandoned car had been discovered. Among the officers present was Patrol Officer Robert Switzer, who would make a gruesome discovery. Pamela's lifeless body lay on her side, off a deserted farm road. She was dressed in slacks and a pullover which had been turned inside out. It was later revealed that her underwear was missing. As additional officers arrived at the scene, they were overwhelmed by shock and sorrow. They diligently collected as much evidence as possible from the crime scene, and Pamela's body was transported for autopsy. The news of Pamela's death sent shockwaves of grief through her family. The autopsy results confirmed that she had died from strangulation, leaving no doubt that her death was a homicide. The hunt for her killer began in earnest, with detectives tirelessly following every lead that came their way. Pamela's clothing, along with soil and dirt samples vacuumed from the 1966 Dodge, were sent to the FBI crime lab in Washington for analysis. Regrettably, the technology available at the time proved insufficient to yield any leads, and as time passed, the case grew cold. The unsolved murder case remained a haunting presence for the investigators, a stark reminder of a tragedy that had eluded justice for over 5 decades. Granby, a charming small town nestled in the heart of Colorado, boasts a wealth of artistic and cultural attractions that draw in residents and tourists alike. The town is a haven for adventurers seeking the thrill of mountain life, surrounded by the laughter of those who call Granby home. However, beneath the picturesque facade of this tranquil town, a dark and horrifying incident marred its history in 1978. On November 15, 1978, a group of children were innocently playing along a logging road just off Amherst Road, about 15 miles from Springfield in Granby. Their carefree day took a sinister turn when they stumbled upon an ominous sight hidden beneath a pile of leaves, concealed beneath a log. As they cautiously approached the mysterious object, their shock and fear intensified as they discovered the lifeless body of a woman. The children immediately contacted the authorities, and the police hurried to the scene. What awaited them was a gruesome and unsettling scene, a decomposing body of a woman with a gunshot wound to her forehead. Adding to the macabre nature of the discovery, a man's belt was found tightly secured around her neck. The investigators combed the area meticulously in search of any clues that could shed light on this baffling crime. Yet their efforts were thwarted by the absence of a wallet, pocketbook, or any form of identification that could offer a lead to identify the victim. The body was swiftly sent for an autopsy, and the medical examiner's office confirmed the harrowing details of the woman's demise. She had been fatally shot in her temple, and the estimated time of her death pointed to a range between June and August. Beyond that, she remained an enigma, an unidentified woman between the ages of 19 and 27, standing at 5 feet 4 inches tall, with dirty blonde hair. The sole piece of evidence, the man's belt used to drag her body into the woods, did little to narrow down the pool of suspects or provide clues to her identity. Granby's police chief, John R. Kirchhoff, shared with the media that very little remained of the victim's body, which had undergone extensive decomposition. Almost all that remained was her skeletal structure. With so little to go on, the investigators had to rely on the details they could extract from her clothing. She wore a blouse, blue jeans, and shoes, all sized 14 to 16, indicating a chunkier build. Her clothing suggested that she might have been a young woman, but it lacked any tags or labels that could provide a lead. Despite the lack of concrete information, her clothing played a crucial role in engaging the public. The most significant detail was the short-sleeve pullover blouse, size 14, adorned with a green swan embroidered on the front and a green imitation suede collar. Additionally, a gold ring adorned one of her fingers, possibly a wedding ring. The authorities scoured recent missing persons reports to find a match but came up empty-handed. Furthermore, the victim's dental examination revealed a noticeable decay in her front teeth, prompting a search for dental records among the recently reported missing persons. Unfortunately, this endeavor yielded no results. The location of the discovery off Amherst Road near Route 116 raised the possibility that the victim might have been connected to one of the 5 colleges accessible via this route. The investigators delved into this avenue of inquiry, scrutinizing the student records of Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, the University of Massachusetts, Hampshire and Amherst colleges in Amherst, and Smith College in Northampton. Regrettably, no reports of a missing female student matched the victim's description. As their leads dwindled, a glimmer of hope emerged when a motel operator contacted the authorities, believing that the description of the victim's body matched that of a woman who had checked into their establishment in early 1978. Promptly, the police located this woman, who was still alive and in good health. The mystery of the unknown woman persisted, and she became known as the Granby Girl. Over the years, sporadic leads would surface only to fizzle out, leaving the Granby Girl's identity shrouded in obscurity. In September 1998, nearly 2 decades after her tragic death, a group of Granby residents gathered at her resting place in the cemetery. They raised $500 to replace the wooden cross marking her grave with a permanent marker bearing the inscription, "Unknown, November 15, 1978, in God's care." It stood as a poignant symbol of a community's enduring care for an unnamed woman, whose hopes, dreams, troubles, and anxieties remained forever concealed from the world. Fast forward to 2021, and a new ray of hope illuminated the case. Detectives reached out to Othram Laboratories, a Houston-based corporation specializing in forensic genealogy. Through their expertise, a DNA profile was successfully constructed for the Granby Girl. Detectives reached out to Othram Laboratories, a Houston-based corporation specializing in forensic genealogy. Through their expertise, a DNA profile was successfully constructed for the Granby Girl. When compared against the national database, it yielded a match to a woman residing in Maryland. Astonishingly, this woman revealed that her aunt had disappeared in the 1970s and was willing to provide more information about her aunt's disappearance. The trail led to Matthew Dale, who shared a pivotal connection to the Granby Girl. He disclosed that his mother, Patricia Ann Tucker, had gone missing in 1978 when he was a mere 5 years old. The police explained the circumstances surrounding the Granby girl, and Matthew agreed to provide his DNA sample in the hopes of finding his long-lost mother. In a matter of hours, the results confirmed a parent-child relationship between Matthew and the Granby girl, finally providing closure to a 43-year-old mystery. Patricia Ann Tucker, born on July 28, 1950, was officially identified as the Granby girl. Patricia had gone through multiple marriages and bore different last names such as Heckman and Dale. However, at the time of her tragic demise in 1978, at the age of 28, she went by the name Patricia Coleman. She had married Gerald Coleman just a year before her untimely death, and they had made their home along the eastern shore of Lake Pocatapog in East Hampton, Connecticut. Following her disappearance, many in her family speculated that she had fallen in with a dangerous crowd, and some believed she had entered a witness protection program. For Matthew Dale, the son who had grown up amid a cloud of uncertainty and rumors, the revelation of his mother's fate came in his 30s. At a press conference, First Assistant Northwestern District Attorney Stephen Gage expressed gratitude for the breakthrough in identifying the victim. He commended Othram Laboratories for their remarkable technological advancements in DNA analysis. However, he emphasized that the investigation into the murder would not rest until the perpetrator was brought to justice. While they lacked direct evidence, Gerald Coleman, Patricia's husband at the time of her death, was considered a person of interest. Strangely, he had never reported her disappearance to the police, casting a shadow of suspicion over his involvement. Gerald Coleman, convicted of sexual assault, battery, indecent assault, and assault with a dangerous weapon, passed away in prison in 1996. His death deprived the investigators of the opportunity to question him about Patricia's murder while he was still alive. Now they turned to the public, urging anyone with information about the case to come forward and assist in finally closing the chapter on this horrifying crime. Matthew Dale, the son who had long yearned for answers, expressed his gratitude to the diligent detectives, saying, "Thank you for never giving up on her. At least I have some answers now after 44 years. It's a lot to process, but hopefully the closure can begin now." While he possessed few mementos of his mother, including a single photograph, a lock of his hair she had kept, a baby book she had lovingly created, and a small tapestry she had painted during his childhood, he remained committed to honoring her memory. He remarked, "What I want to do is have a new gravestone made for her. She deserves to have her name on it." In conclusion, the long-standing mystery of the Granby girl, an unidentified murder victim found in 1978, has finally been resolved through advanced DNA analysis and the determination of investigators. Patricia Ann Tucker, a woman who had gone missing and was presumed dead, has been identified as the Granby girl. While this revelation brings closure to her son and the community, the search for her killer continues, with hopes that justice will eventually be served. Patricia's tragic story serves as a reminder of the enduring commitment of law enforcement and the power of science in solving cold cases that have haunted communities for decades. Boulder County, Colorado, is renowned for its breathtaking natural beauty, with the majestic Rocky Mountains gracing the backdrop of Boulder City and the neighboring towns. This region is undeniably a unique and inspiring place to call home, but even amidst its serene charm, it harbors unsettling secrets. On June 4, 2006, two hikers stumbled upon a grisly discovery in South St. Frame Canyon, along Highway 7, approximately 3.3 miles outside the town of Lyons, in unincorporated Boulder County, a badly decomposing nude body. The shock of their find prompted them to alert the authorities, setting in motion a dark and mysterious tale. Upon the arrival of law enforcement, it became evident that the human remains belonged to a woman. The district attorney's office noted that the body seemed to have been dragged to the location by a large animal from a shallow grave situated 20 feet away. Curiously, detectives uncovered a sleeping bag, a pair of yellow ski pants, and a pillow inside a pillowcase, all neatly folded. The deceased woman had no identification on her, except for a cross ring adorning her left hand. Given the advanced state of decomposition, identifying her proved impossible. Therefore, investigators turned to other clues found on and around the body, delving approximately 14 inches deep into the gravesite. During their examination, forensic experts uncovered roughly 50 pounds of a white, powdery substance, which subsequent tests revealed to be calcium oxide, commonly known as quicklime. An autopsy, conducted by a coroner 3 days after the shocking discovery, estimated that the woman had been deceased for several weeks to possibly several months. However, the cause and manner of her death remained elusive. While her body bore evidence of animal predation, no broken bones, stab wounds, or gunshot wounds were found. Strangulation was considered a possibility, but the advanced decomposition offered no certainty, and the pathologist could not find conclusive evidence during the autopsy to support a homicide. Instead, an artery blockage hinted at a potential death from a heart attack. Nonetheless, detectives retained their suspicions and continued to consider foul play. The circumstances surrounding the victim's burial before her body was dragged to its exposed state left investigators with a dearth of leads. Their desire for closure, both for the woman who had lost her life under these mysterious circumstances and for justice, remained unfulfilled. Initial inquiries within Boulder County's residence yielded no fruitful tips, leaving the victim unidentified for several months. It was only in the fall of that year that a significant breakthrough occurred. In October 2006, a woman contacted the Longmont Police Department, expressing concern about her long unseen friend, Angie Wilder, whom she had been unable to contact. The missing friend's physical description closely matched that of the remains found in the canyon a few months earlier. Additionally, the woman mentioned a distinctive ring that her friend was known to wear, similar to the cross ring found on the victim. With this crucial information, investigators were able to identify the missing woman as Angela Wilds. In November 2006, she was officially identified as Angela Josephine Wilds through a DNA analysis on the rib bones, comparing them to those of her 4 sisters. Angela was 38 years old when she lost her life. Curiously, none of Angela's family members had reported her missing or conducted further investigations into her disappearance. Detectives learned that around the time she vanished in April 2006, she lacked a stable home or steady employment. Her life revolved around living with friends, but beyond this, investigators had little information to work with. Despite interviewing Angela's family, friends, and acquaintances, investigators remained no closer to unraveling the mystery of her fate. As investigators delved deeper into the case, they conducted DNA tests on the items discovered with Angela. These tests revealed the presence of unknown male DNA on the ski pants, sleeping bag, and pillowcase. However, it would take 3 more years to identify the contributor of this male DNA. On January 22, 2009, information reached investigators working on Angela's case from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, indicating a preliminary match between the suspect's DNA and a man named John Michael Ankerer, who was incarcerated at a correctional center in Palmer, Alaska. 2 months later, in March 2009, investigators traveled to Alaska and collected additional DNA samples from Ankerer, further solidifying their suspicions. On February 24, 2009, detectives from the Anchorage, Alaska Police Department took John Michael Ankerer into custody on a warrant issued by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, charging him with the 2006 murder of Angela Wilds. As investigators sought to establish the connection between Angela and Ankerer, they managed to locate several individuals who claimed to have seen them together in late 2005 and early 2006. On August 26, 2009, a detective from the Anchorage Police Department conducted a formal interview with Ankerer. In this interview, Ankerer recounted attending a dive school in Texas in February or March of 2006 and subsequently living in various Colorado locations, including Canyon City, Longmont, and Monte Vista, until July 2006. He stated that he moved to Alaska in August of that year. Curiously, Ankerer denied any knowledge of a person named Angie or Angela, and when shown her photograph, he maintained that he did not recognize her. failing to provide a confession or substantial information. Despite the initial challenges, investigators persisted. In September 2009, they re-interviewed Ankerer, who again denied knowing the victim. He also denied being in the South St. Francis area around the time of the crime. However, his own family members contradicted his claims. Ankerer's parents reported that he frequently visited a cave in the South St. Francis area, located off Highway 7, approximately 3 to 4 miles from Lyons. He hiked and camped in the vicinity, and his sister recalled dropping him off there on occasion. In March 2010, investigators issued a court-authorized arrest warrant for second-degree murder charges against Angela Wilds. At the time, Ankerer was already incarcerated in an Alaska prison on a probation violation charge. Ankerer's preliminary hearing took place in the Boulder City Court on July 12, 2010. While the evidence pointed to him, including DNA evidence and witness testimonies, it fell short of conclusively placing him at the crime scene. Prosecutors also struggled to establish a motive behind the killing. Ankerer's defense attorney argued that there was no physical evidence directly implicating Ankerer in Angela's death, especially considering the pathologist's inability to definitively declare it a homicide. Judge Thomas Reed, after considering the evidence, determined that probable cause did not sufficiently support the charge and subsequently dismissed the case. Despite this setback, detectives remained determined to solve the case. Over the years, the Boulder County Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney's Office continued their relentless efforts, collaborating with the Colorado Bureau of Investigación and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. These efforts included conducting interviews with various individuals and consulting with pathologists. In 2005, a pathologist re-evaluated the case, concluding that Angela's death should be considered a homicide due to the circumstances surrounding her discovery, a nude body covered in lime in a remote wooded area. Although the specifics of her death remained uncertain, asphyxiation emerged as the most probable cause. Nevertheless, this evidence alone was insufficient to hold the suspect accountable for the victim's death. Several years later, in December 2022, a new witness emerged, altering the course of the investigation dramatically. This witness happened to be Ankerer's former girlfriend, who had separated from him between December 2022 and January 2023. In subsequent interviews, she revealed disturbing details about Ankerer's past, describing him as extremely jealous, possessive, and prone to mistreatment. She believed that he suspected her of infidelity and claimed that he had repeatedly strangled her during their relationship. However, when initially questioned in 2009, she had denied being strangled. Moreover, she believed that Ankerer harbored dark secrets, becoming particularly unstable and violent when consuming alcohol or drugs. The mention of certain women's names, including Angela, triggered his rage. In December 2022, detectives also contacted 2 other witnesses who claimed to have seen Ankerer with Angela at the El Motel in Longmont, Colorado, a mere 10 miles from the South St. Francis Canyon crime scene. When examining the motel records, investigators confirmed that Angela and Ankerer had stayed there together between December 26 and January 4, 2006. Based on the accumulating evidence, both new and existing, the Boulder County District Attorney's Office presented the case to a grand jury on February 16, 2023. The grand jury subsequently indicted John Ankerer once again, this time for second-degree murder. Investigators now hold confidence that justice will finally be served in this disturbing case. Boulder County District Attorney Michael Dougherty expressed their determination to secure justice for Angela Wilds' murder, offer closure to her loved ones, and provide answers to the community. On March 9, 2023, John Ankerer, now 53 years old, was arrested in Anchorage, Alaska, and extradition to Boulder City is currently pending, marking a significant step toward resolving the mysteries that have shrouded this case for far too long. On January 3, 1979, in Snohomish County, Washington, a duck hunter embarked on a chilly morning expedition, hoping for a successful day of game hunting. His anticipation was focused on capturing ducks and fish, but his plans took an unexpected turn when he stumbled upon something unusual caught in a fishnet along the muddy flats by the shore. Intrigued, he approached the scene, only to be met with a chilling discovery: human remains. The identity of the deceased individual remained a mystery, raising questions about what had transpired on that fateful day. Was it an unfortunate accident, or did a more sinister event occur? Snohomish County, a place characterized by its tight-knit community and picturesque landscapes, seemed an unlikely setting for such a perplexing enigma. Despite being the third most populous county in Washington state, it offered a tranquil, small-town lifestyle with a relatively low crime rate. The community thrived on a blend of comfort and stability, making it hard to believe that a decades-long mystery would unfold in this idyllic setting. The new year of 1979 arrived with exceptionally harsh weather conditions in Snohomish County. Freezing temperatures and record-breaking snowfall had enveloped the region, making it challenging for residents to venture outside. January 3rd marked a rare day when the temperature climbed above freezing, allowing the duck hunter to pursue his quest for waterfowl profit. He arrived at the Snohomish River Delta on North Spencer Island, determined to catch ample ducks. Little did he know that this day would lead to a grim discovery. As he scanned the area for ducks, his attention was drawn to a peculiar sight ensnared in a fishing line. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was looking at human remains. Alarmed, he immediately alerted the police, and their arrival at the scene near Everett, Washington, sent shivers down their spines. The duck hunter's description eerily matched the horrifying reality. The scene revealed a macabre tableau. Tangled in the fishing line were clothing items, a shoe, and a partially skeletonized human leg bone. As they explored further, they discovered a checkered shirt, a human skull, ribs, another shoe containing a foot, a leather wallet devoid of its contents, a sock, and a belt. Although these details might appear inconsequential, they held the potential to unlock the identity of the unknown individual. Despite the complexity of the case, there was no immediate suspicion of foul play. Piecing together the events leading to the discovery of these remains presented a daunting task for investigators. The person had been deceased for an extended period, making it challenging to find definitive answers. The remains were subjected to an autopsy in the hopes of gathering any available information. The coroner's findings confirmed that the deceased had been dead for several months, providing a starting point for the investigation. However, efforts to identify the individual through dental records and physical examination yielded no results. As a result, the case was classified as John Doe 79-1, with the cause of death marked as undetermined due to the scarcity of leads. After waiting for approximately 2.5 months, the unidentified man was laid to rest in a lavish grave at Cypress Memorial Park in Everett, Washington, a practice that differs from current procedures, where skeletal remains are retained until identified. The investigation did not conclude with the burial. Both the police and the community continued to search for leads to unveil the John Doe's identity. However, these efforts proved fruitless, and the case eventually went cold. Decades passed, and the mystery remained unsolved until 2008, when Sheriff's Detective Jim Scharf and retired Superior Court Judge Ken Kausert revisited the old case files, which had collected dust for years. Despite facing numerous obstacles, they were determined to uncover the truth. The data from the original investigation proved to be sparse and insufficient. Detectives struggled to establish a connection between the description of the mystery man and any missing persons from that era. The lack of digitized records further hindered their progress. Nevertheless, they persisted in their efforts to piece together a profile of the deceased. By 2015, approximately 36 years had elapsed since the man's discovery, and the investigation remained unresolved. To distinguish the case from numerous other John and Jane Doe cases, detectives gave it the nickname Spencer Eastland. In July 2015, they obtained permission from the Snohomish County Judge to exhume John Doe's body from Spencer Eastland. This marked a critical step in their quest for answers. Forensic odontologist Dr. Kyla Tanaka attempted to match the man's dental records with missing persons reports, but found no promising leads. The case was then uploaded to the NAMU's database of missing persons in August 2015, but again, no breakthroughs emerged. Detectives scrutinized the evidence collected in the past, including clothing, wallet, and belt, and concluded that the man likely wore secondhand clothes. They pleaded with the public to come forward with any information, even though immediate identification seemed unlikely. Their persistence paid off in late 2015, when they received a tip suggesting that the description of Spencer Allen John Doe matched that of a missing farmhand from Marysville. This promising lead prompted intense investigation. The man in question had run a fruit stand in Everett, was known for his persistent drinking, had a noticeable limp, and had disappeared in the late 1970s. Detectives pursued this lead diligently, hoping it would bring them closer to the truth. After a month of rigorous investigation, they received a disheartening revelation. They located a tombstone in Yuma, Arizona, for the same farmhand mentioned in the tip. He had passed away in 1981 while in the southwestern desert region, dispelling their hopes of identifying Spencer Allen John Doe through this lead. As detectives continued their relentless pursuit of answers, the medical examiner's office made significant discoveries regarding the deceased man's characteristics. In April 2016, Dr. Kathy Taylor, a forensic anthropologist, examined his exhumed bones. She estimated his age to be between 27 and 61 years old, with a height ranging from 5 feet 1 inch to 5 feet 7 inches. Furthermore, she determined that he had a Native American, Caucasian, or mixed heritage. The investigation delved deeper into the man's medical history, uncovering a gruesome injury. His left femur had been severely shattered and left untreated, causing him to walk with a painful limp. He may have also suffered from temporal mandibular joint syndrome, a painful jaw condition. Despite these apparent medical issues, there was no record of him seeking medical attention, even for his leg injury. The investigation further revealed that he had lost 2 left anterior top teeth and 2 molars, with healed sockets indicating they were lost before his death. He had alloy fillings in 3 teeth, suggesting access to dental care. The detectives were left with numerous unanswered questions regarding the man's life and the reasons behind his neglect of medical care in later years. The possibility that he may have been an inmate crossed their minds, but it seemed unlikely, as his distinctive features would have made him memorable to those who encountered him. The case relied heavily on theories and speculations, with detectives aware that even the smallest details could hold the key to unraveling the mystery. In 2018, a portion of the man's femur was sent to Othram Labs, a private forensic genealogy company funded by DNAsolves.com. This initiative aimed to use advanced DNA testing to identify the man. Eventually, a match was found through the GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA databases, leading to the identification of the John Doe as Gary Lee Haney on February 10, 2023. Gary's life had been marked by turmoil and hardship. Born in 1950 as Gary Joseph Condamiti, he faced early challenges with his parents' divorce and adoption by his mother's new husband, Sheldon Lee Haney. The family traveled extensively due to Sheldon's military service and work with Boeing. Despite his passion for music and interests, Gary was believed to have had a mental disorder, possibly autism or schizophrenia, which led to his isolation from the extended family. In the later years of his life, Gary disappeared from his family's radar, and he was declared legally dead in 1976, 3 years before his remains were discovered on Spencer Island. Sheldon Haney's failure to report his son missing raised suspicions about his involvement in Gary's disappearance. The revelation of Gary's identity stirred hope that someone might hold the missing puzzle piece to his mysterious disappearance and death. The investigation uncovered a web of secrets and lies, leaving detectives with more questions than answers. Gary Lee Haney's life remained shrouded in mystery, both before and after his tragic demise. As the news of Gary's identity spread, there was a growing sense of hope that someone out there might have the missing piece of the puzzle, that crucial bit of information that could shed light on his mysterious disappearance and tragic death. Ada Pearson's arrival on March 14, 1982, marked a joyous occasion for the Pearson family. As the eldest among her 4 siblings, Ada possessed a natural inclination to care for her younger brother Jonathan, as well as her sisters Ashley and Joanna Pearson. Yet Ada's influence extended far beyond her immediate family. Everyone fortunate enough to have crossed paths with Ada described her as a radiant beam of sunshine. Her contagious laughter and quick-witted humor had the power to illuminate even the gloomiest of days. Her heart of gold left an indelible mark on the lives of all who had the privilege of knowing her. She served as a constant wellspring of inspiration and positivity. Upon her graduation from El Capitan High School in California in 2000, Ada embarked on a journey of self-improvement, enrolling in sign language and mathematics courses at Grossmont Community College. Alongside her pursuit of knowledge, Ada's heart found its counterpart in a young man named Michael Plummer, then 20 years old. Their love story unfolded organically, and eventually, Ada moved in with Michael, sharing an apartment on Bancroft Street in San Diego, California. Their union appeared unbreakable, and a bright future beckoned. However, fate had other plans, and tragedy struck unexpectedly, forever altering the course of Ada's promising life. The fateful night of September 4, 2000, would be etched into the annals of tragedy. A frantic call to the police reported gunshots erupting from Michael's apartment, sending officers racing to the scene. What they encountered was a nightmare beyond comprehension. The apartment lay in disarray, and amid the chaos they discovered Ada and Michael sprawled on the living room floor, drenched in pools of crimson. Michael's body bore multiple gunshot wounds beyond salvation, while Ada clung to life, her form riddled with bullets. Tragically, the horror did not end there. 21-month-old Julio Rangel, Michael's nephew, had also fallen victim to the violence, fighting for his own life. Fortunately, Julio's parents had managed to escape unscathed. The neighborhood was left shell-shocked, and authorities grappled to unravel the unsettling puzzle. In a desperate bid to save Ada and Julio, both were rushed to separate hospitals. Yet, the extent of their injuries proved insurmountable, and they succumbed to their wounds shortly after arrival. As detectives relentlessly pieced together the events leading up to this tragedy, a shocking revelation emerged. Mere moments before the gunfire erupted, Michael had ventured next door to procure drugs from a man named Sergio Lopez Contreras. However, upon returning with the drugs, Michael reneged on payment, infuriating the dealer. In a surge of rage, Sergio unleashed a hail of bullets from outside the apartment door, firing a total of 14 rounds into the living room, with devastating consequences. Once the truth behind the murders came to light, detectives were resolute in their determination to bring Sergio to justice. However, the cunning drug dealer recognized the gravity of his predicament and chose to flee the country, escaping to Mexico. His evasion threatened to thwart the relentless pursuit of justice as detectives speculated about his whereabouts. It was believed he had sought refuge in Tijuana, where he had family ties, but leads grew scarce, and the investigation reached a disheartening impasse. The families of the victims yearned for answers, closure, and justice. Yet, as days turned to weeks and weeks into months, it seemed increasingly unlikely that the perpetrator responsible for this heinous act would face accountability. Their grief was compounded by the knowledge that the individual who had torn their loved ones from them remained at large, seemingly untouched by the law. For 2 agonizing decades, they clung to the fragile hope that justice would eventually prevail, and the perpetrator would be apprehended. Finally, in March 2023, after a protracted period of waiting, long-awaited news arrived. The police announced the arrest of Sergio, the primary suspect in the triple murder case, in Mexico on unrelated charges. While the specifics of his arrest remained undisclosed, this development infused a surge of relief and optimism into the hearts of the victims' families, who had endured years of suffering and uncertainty. At long last, there was a glimmer of hope that closure might be within reach. On March 22, 2023, Sergio, now 44 years old, was escorted across the U.S. border with the assistance of the U.S. Marshals and La Fiscalía General de la República. He was promptly booked into San Diego Central Jail, facing 3 counts of murder, along with special circumstances, including allegations of employing a rifle in the commission of the killings and lying in wait. The courtroom atmosphere brimmed with tension when he was arraigned 2 days later, on March 24, 2023. Appearing via teleconference, Sergio entered a plea of not guilty to the 3 counts of first-degree murder brought against him. The families of the victims, who had endured more than 2 decades of grief, expressed their profound gratitude to the law enforcement officials who had steadfastly pursued the case. With the suspect now in custody, their hopes rested on the legal system to deliver the justice they had yearned for over the years. It was a moment of renewed hope for the families, a glimmer of light piercing through the darkness of their long, painful journey towards closure and justice. Amanda Gonzalez came into this world on December 8, 1981, born to Santos Gonzalez and Gloria Bates. Her early years were marked by the separation of her parents, a situation clouded in mystery. In due course, Gloria remarried a man named Michael Bates, who would step into the role of a father figure for Amanda when she was just 4 years old. Michael, hailing from Madisonville, Texas, watched Amanda grow into a popular girl with a heart of gold. Known for her kindness and her unwavering stand against bullies on behalf of her classmates, Amanda graduated from Madisonville High School in the year 2000. A turning point came when, after her high school graduation, Amanda surprised her family with a life-altering decision. She arrived home with a recruiter, announcing her intention to enlist in the U.S. Army. Her dream was to become a physical therapist for children, and she saw the Army as a means to save up for college. Amanda's family supported her decision, though little did they know the heart-wrenching consequences that lay ahead. With her family's blessings, Amanda embarked on a path that would take her to places she had never imagined. It was the year 2001, and at the age of 19, she found herself stationed in Hanau, Germany. Assigned the role of a cook, Amanda worked diligently, but she also made it a point to explore the cultural wonders of the country in her spare time. She marveled at majestic castles and got lost in the enchanting city of Paris. Europe held countless experiences for her. Several months into her service, Amanda made an unexpected call to her mother back in Texas. The news she delivered was filled with excitement. She was pregnant and eagerly looking forward to the new chapter in her life. Amanda planned to name her baby Alicia Marie, with an estimated delivery date of March 26, 2002. However, the identity of the unborn child's father remained a mystery, one that persists to this day. Amanda's life seemed to be on an upswing. She had a promising future ahead. But fate had a cruel twist in store. On November 5, 2001, a day that began like any other in Hanover, Germany, Amanda inexplicably vanished. Her absence raised alarm among her fellow soldiers, and a search was launched. They arrived at her barracks, only to find her room locked. Fearful of the worst, they forced their way in and discovered Amanda's lifeless body on the floor. Panic engulfed them as they desperately tried to revive her, but their efforts were in vain. The news of Amanda's death spread rapidly, sending shockwaves through the Army base. The autopsy report revealed the grim truth. Amanda had been strangled to death. This devastating news reverberated all the way to Texas, leaving Amanda's loved ones with a multitude of unanswered questions. Why would anyone want to harm Amanda? An investigation was launched, but despite the dedicated efforts of the authorities, the case went cold. There were no leads, no suspects, and no justice for Amanda. It was a heartbreaking end to a life that had held so much promise. Despite the investigation into her daughter's murder stalling for several years, Gloria, Amanda's mother, never lost faith in justice. She spent years reaching out to lawmakers, and even wrote to popular TV shows like Dr. Phil and America's Most Wanted, all in an effort to keep Amanda's case in the public eye. Gloria's unwavering determination extended to her visits to Amanda's grave, where she often spoke to her deceased daughter, vowing to keep fighting. In 2011, a ray of hope emerged when Army investigators offered a reward of $125,000 for any information that could help solve the case. However, still, no breakthrough came. Gloria received weekly updates from investigators, each containing the same disheartening news: no suspects had been identified. Finally, after 22 years of waiting, perseverance paid off. On February 23, 2023, an FBI agent informed Gloria that there had been a breakthrough in the case and that an arrest had been made. This day marked a significant step closer to the justice Amanda deserved. The individual taken into custody was Shannon L. Wilkerson, a 42-year-old former armed forces member. The arrest was the result of a collaborative effort between the FBI Jacksonville Office of Special Investigations, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division. Wilkerson was charged under the Military Extraterrestrial Jurisdiction Act, which grants U.S. courts jurisdiction over former members of the armed forces for crimes committed overseas. The exact details of how investigators linked Wilkerson to the murder and what his possible motive might have been remain unclear. Nevertheless, he pleaded not guilty to the first-degree murder charge against him, and if convicted, he could face life imprisonment. Interestingly, it came to light that Wilkerson had even attended a memorial service for Amanda at the Army base in Germany after her death. The future remains uncertain, but for Gloria and her family, the arrest of Amanda's alleged killer provides a sense of justice and closure that they've been yearning for over 2 decades. In the serene Nakamixon Township, nestled within the rural confines of Bucks County, Pennsylvania, a tranquil community thrives, with approximately 3,000 residents calling it home. This picturesque area is renowned for its unwavering dedication to preserving natural beauty and promoting tourism. However, this peaceful setting was forever scarred by a heinous crime that unfolded in 1980, casting a long shadow over the region. On the ill-fated day of September 18, 1980, a construction worker toiled away on a cottage undergoing renovations. The cottage was nestled amidst the dense woods off Center Hill Road, approximately 1 mile south of its intersection with Kintner Hill Road in Nakamixon Township. In the midst of his labor, fate led him to stumble upon a gruesome sight: a lifeless body concealed beneath the wooden structure. This grim discovery shattered the tranquility of the forest, leaving the entire community in mourning and investigators grappling with an enigmatic puzzle. The lifeless body, upon its grim revelation, was conveyed to the morgue, where it underwent a thorough examination under the skilled hands of the medical examiner. The results were chilling. The man had sustained 4 fatal gunshot wounds to the head. The victim was subsequently identified as Richard Wesley Wheeler, his identity confirmed through a fingerprint match in the records. Armed with this critical information, investigators embarked on an arduous journey to uncover the layers of Wheeler's past, seeking to unearth the truth behind his tragic demise. As the investigation into Richard Wesley Wheeler's murder unraveled, a troubling revelation emerged. Wheeler had a criminal record. Having been released from prison just a year earlier in 1979, it appeared that he wasted no time reacquainting himself with trouble. He was soon linked to a perilous venture, an illicit methamphetamine lab jointly operated with 2 other men, Peter Eric Marshall and Leslie Schmidt. This lab was clandestinely housed in a camper parked near Lake Nakamixon, a risky endeavor fueled by determination. However, the enterprise took a sinister turn when Wheeler mysteriously vanished, and shortly thereafter, his lifeless body was discovered. Detectives understood that to solve this perplexing case, they needed to delve deeper into the workings of this illicit operation. It became evident that Wheeler was the mastermind, residing on the same property and closely overseeing the activities. The operation was further guarded by the formidable and loyal bodyguard, Peter Eric Marshall, while imprisoned financier Leslie Schmidt, though detained, kept a watchful eye on proceedings. Fate intervened when Richard Wheeler, a former convict, found himself incarcerated once more for a previous crime: theft of boats, which earned him the nickname the Captain. Schmidt, on the other hand, was serving a sentence in a different facility, but had entrusted Wheeler with a substantial sum of money for management. Their unlikely companionship flourished, leading them down a dark and perilous path. A Upon delving further into Marshall's background, it was revealed that he had been imprisoned for stealing a 41-foot sailboat. Despite being ordered to leave the islands and deported back to Germany, Marshall's love for the sea remained unquenchable. He found work as a crewman on a private yacht, relishing the freedom and adventure of the ocean once more. However, in February 1977, while the yacht's owners were ashore enjoying an evening out, Marshall used his nautical skills to abscond with the 41-foot sailboat, along with a substantial amount of cash totaling $10,000. Marshall's audacious exploits continued when, just a month later, in March 1977, he targeted an even larger prize, a 43-foot sailboat docked in a harbor in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Marshall's insatiable thirst for adventure and penchant for eluding authorities were evident. Nevertheless, his criminal journey eventually led him to a federal prison in Danbury, Connecticut, in May 1977, where he crossed paths with two notorious individuals, Wheeler and Schmidt. Bonding over their shared criminal histories, the trio hatched a plan to enter the illegal drug trade upon their release from prison. Wheeler was the first to regain his freedom in November 1979, marking a pivotal moment in their operation. Later that same year, Schmidt was granted a 30-day furlough from prison, a decision that would significantly impact the methamphetamine operation. Seizing this opportunity, Schmidt orchestrated a critical connection for Wheeler, leading to the lease of a property in the tranquil township of Nakamixon. The collaboration reached its apex when Schmidt generously provided Wheeler with a substantial sum of $250,000 intended to support Schmidt's family, while he completed the remainder of his sentence. Wheeler understood the weight of this responsibility and the need to use the funds wisely. In July 1980, Peter Eric Marshall was released from prison, but his newfound freedom was short-lived. U.S. immigration officials from JFK Airport in New York City were escorting him to his homeland of Germany, a place he had not called home since his youth. Marshall knew that he had to act swiftly to avoid an undesirable fate. As he boarded the plane, he covertly scanned for an opportunity to escape, and then, as if Providence had intervened, the pilot announced a flight cancellation due to mechanical issues. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Marshall seized his chance and vanished into the bustling crowds of the airport. In 1983, armed with a wealth of information and a growing resolve, investigators embarked on a renewed quest to unravel the unsolved murder case. Witnesses were interviewed, and through their testimonies the fragments of the puzzle began to coalesce. It was revealed that the triggerman, of German descent, had been hired by none other than Leslie Schmidt himself, the shooter's identity traced back to his time in Danbury Federal Prison. As the intricate web of connections and relationships slowly unraveled, it became evident that a tapestry of deceit and greed had precipitated Wheeler's tragic demise. The investigation posed formidable challenges, but through unrelenting determination, Bucks County Detective David Hanks eventually untangled the mystery. In 2023, Peter Eric Marshall reappeared in Upper Bucks County, but his return was far from harmonious. Tensions simmered between Wheeler, Schmidt, and the two businessmen, hurtling them toward a violent collision. Schmidt had grown suspicious of Wheeler, convinced that he was swindling him out of his share of the methamphetamine profits. In a fit of rage, Schmidt ordered Marshall to eliminate Wheeler, whom he believed had betrayed him. Marshall, who had been fiercely loyal to Wheeler for years, found himself in a precarious situation. Ultimately, he reluctantly followed Schmidt's orders, fatally shooting Wheeler, and then hastily fled across state lines into New Jersey. The investigation laid bare a dark facet of human nature, where the insatiable craving for wealth and power could culminate in unimaginable acts of violence. The once enigmatic cold case, which had long cast a shadow of uncertainty, finally found resolution. The meticulous investigative work pieced together the missing elements, constructing a timeline of events that ultimately led to closure. The relentless pursuit of Marshall, who had vanished after the murder, resembled a relentless hunt for a phantom. However, investigators refused to yield, scouring every shred of evidence and pursuing every lead. In March 2023, a breakthrough emerged, a critical piece of information from Marshall's criminal history that would finally lead them to their elusive target. It was akin to finding a needle in a haystack when investigators unearthed that Marshall had been arrested in 1982 on drug conspiracy charges in New York. During that arrest, he had identified himself as Charles McLaren. Leveraging modern technology, investigators matched the fingerprints from McLaren's arrest to those taken in 1977. This discovery exposed how Marshall had managed to obscure his true identity, assuming a new persona as Charles McLaren. Under this new identity, Marshall crafted an entirely different life, complete with a wife, children, and even a thriving limousine service in the bustling metropolis. For over 2 decades, he remained hidden, with his criminal past a distant memory. After years of relentless pursuit and the painstaking assembly of the puzzle, the Bucks County District Attorney's Office finally brought closure to the case, although the culprits had already passed away, Marshall in 2006 and Schmidt in 2022. Justice had ultimately been served for the victim and his grieving family. While the legacy of the crime and the names of the individuals involved would forever be etched in history, the resolution of the case serves as a poignant reminder that law enforcement perseveres in their quest for truth and justice. With the case now closed, the Bucks County District Attorney's Office can move forward, knowing that they have fulfilled their duty to seek justice and bring closure to a dark chapter in their community's history. In the year 2018, in the city of Prospect near Blacktown, Australia, there resided a 71-year-old widow named Nadir Sensoy. Her life was intertwined with that of her beloved son, Salim Sensoy. Nadir's early years held many mysteries, but one thing was certain: she had been a steadfast resident of Prospect for nearly 4 decades. Within the close-knit community, Nadir held a special place in the hearts of her neighbors. She was renowned for her selfless acts of kindness, always ready to extend a helping hand, whether it was providing rides to the market or sharing her delectable homemade treats. Nadir's unwavering commitment to her community left an indelible mark, earning her admiration and respect from everyone who had the privilege of knowing her. To Nadir, family was paramount, and she took immense pride in being the devoted mother of 5 children and a loving grandmother to 17 cherished grandchildren. Her life revolved around creating a nurturing environment for her family. However, the tranquility of the quiet town of Prospect was shattered when tragedy struck Nadir. The beloved matriarch, who was a friend to all, mysteriously vanished without a trace in December 2018. The last confirmed sighting of her was on Thursday, December 6, 2018, near her residence. The days that followed were excruciating for her family, friends, and the community that had grown so fond of her. Nadir's sudden disappearance was highly unusual, leaving everyone bewildered and concerned for her safety. It was on Tuesday, December 11, 2018, that the Sensoy family decided to take action and reported Nadir as a missing person, initiating a frantic search to locate her. The local Blacktown Police Command promptly launched an extensive search operation, hoping to uncover any clues leading to her whereabouts. Despite their tireless efforts, the searches conducted around her home yielded no results, intensifying the pervasive sense of unease. Both her family and the police shared deep concerns about her well-being. As the investigation unfolded, detectives uncovered a puzzling detail. They learned that Nadir had made several appointments prior to her disappearance and had not accessed her bank account since then. This discovery deepened the enigma surrounding her vanishing act, leaving everyone with more questions than answers. Investigators persevered, working tirelessly around the clock, with the hope of finding any lead that could unravel the mystery. They made a public appeal, providing a description of Nadir as a Mediterranean Middle Eastern woman, approximately 165 centimeters tall, with a slender build and short, dyed brown hair. Despite their best efforts, no one came forward with any information. As months passed, hope began to wane, and the fear that she may have met a grim fate cast a long shadow over the community. Even if she had been harmed, the question of her whereabouts remained unanswered. The investigation eventually hit a dead end, leaving everyone wondering if the truth would ever be uncovered. The people of Prospect were heartbroken, mourning the loss of a beloved community figure. They clung to the hope of a miracle that would reunite them with Nadir. In 2020, after 2 years of fruitless investigation, the police made a pivotal decision to offer a reward of $350,000 for any information leading to Nadir's discovery. The hope was that this substantial reward would prompt someone's conscience to come forward with vital information. The announcement of the reward injected new life into the investigation, with law enforcement eagerly anticipating a breakthrough. However, as weeks turned into months, it became evident that the reward had not yielded any promising leads. Despite the desperate efforts of Nadir's family, friends, and the police, she remained missing, and the mystery surrounding her disappearance only deepened. In the same year, a startling development emerged when investigators shifted their focus to Nadir's own son, Salim, as a potential suspect. At the time, Salim was serving a 2.5-year prison sentence for assaulting his sister and possessing an unauthorized firearm, an arrest made approximately a week after his mother's disappearance. While it remains unclear what led authorities to suspect him, investigators cited Salim's behavior as one of the leads they were pursuing in their quest to shed light on his mother's perplexing vanishing act. Then, on May 23, 2020, in a daring escape, Salim managed to break free from the Glen in his correction center where he was incarcerated. Shockingly, he simply walked out of the low-security prison and absconded in a stolen red Subaru WRX. This audacious jailbreak prompted a massive manhunt, launching the police force into overdrive. The stolen vehicle was spotted the following day in Mori, 210 kilometers away from the correctional center. The police initiated a pursuit, but the situation grew increasingly perilous as the car sped recklessly, leading to the police abandoning the chase for safety reasons. Nevertheless, the police persisted in their search, aided by helicopters and the K9 unit. They eventually located the abandoned car, but Salim was nowhere to be found. Salim remained on the run for 8 arduous months, constantly evading capture, while the police conducted extensive searches and inquiries in their desperate bid to apprehend him. Finally, on January 11, 2021, officers from the Hawkesbury Police Area Command received a tip-off indicating that Salim was hiding in a house on New Street in Windsor. In the early hours of the morning, they descended upon the property and with the assistance of the K9 unit, they conducted a thorough search. Salim made a desperate attempt to flee from the back of the house, but it was too late. The police apprehended him and took him to the Windsor police station, where they executed 2 outstanding warrants for his inmate escape and vehicle theft. Despite Salim's capture, there was still no information regarding the whereabouts of his mother, Nadir, and the mystery surrounding her disappearance persisted. As the years passed, the hope of finding Nadir alive dwindled. In March 2023, a coronial inquest into her suspected death commenced. However, before any answers could be uncovered, the inquiry was abruptly halted due to shocking new information. Though the authorities remained tight-lipped about the specifics, it became evident that the spotlight had once again shifted to Nadir's son Salim. Following further inquiries, the police made their move on March 21, 2023. They finally arrested Salim, now 47 years old, at the Wagga Wagga police station and charged him with the murder of his own mother. On the same day, the court heard that he allegedly committed the heinous crime between December 6th and 11th, 2018, in the Blacktown area. Salim's plea for bail was denied, and he now faced a protracted legal battle ahead. Nadir's daughter expressed relief upon hearing the news of her brother Salim's arrest for their mother's murder. The family hoped that with Salim's arrest, they could finally locate Nadir's remains and bring her home for a proper burial. However, the road ahead remained uncertain, with no one certain about the outcome of Salim's case, or if the truth about their mother's fate would ever come to light.
A young woman who worked at a jewelry store vanished during her lunch break without a trace. Only a few peculiar clues and witnesses were discovered when investigators started to solve this mystery. The detectives were greatly surprised when they learned the truth only a few decades later. In the Australian city of Gold Coast, Linda Reed was born in 1962. She was raised in a devoted household, was a happy, vivacious child, and enjoyed a large social circle in school. Robert is a man Linda met. They started dating, and at age 19 years of age, the young lady wed him. They envisioned building the home of their dreams and raising a sizable, sociable family. Not long after the wedding, the newlyweds got to work on this. To get the house built as soon as possible, they bought a piece of land and started saving a significant portion of their income for construction. The couple opted to live in a trailer in Robert's parents' backyard rather than pay rent. Linda obtained employment as a salesperson at a jewelry store, and she took a job at a big shopping mall and liked it right away. She connected with the team, and the decent pay helped her save for her dream house even more quickly. Due to the impending holidays, December 1983 was tense because there was a frenzy in the shops. Linda, who was 21 at the time, had to work harder than usual. There was no exception on December 13th. Linda worked hard from the start of her shift and didn't get a chance to take a break until 12 o'clock. She typically ate lunch in the same, but on that particular day, it didn't happen. Instead, they went to the mall and came back earlier than expected. Linda had never been late before the workday started, so her co-workers were very taken aback when she still did not arrive after her break at the scheduled time. It appeared as though she had simply made the decision to leave her ship. The young woman approached her job with the utmost responsibility, so her co-workers didn't think she could do it without telling them. When Linda did not arrive home after her shift, he was also taken aback. After some time passed, he got in touch with her co-workers. When they informed him that his wife had not returned from her break, Robert's level of worry increased significantly. He went to the mall and began exploring the area, looking for Linda. The young woman frequented a number of additional locations, which he went to later, but he was unable to locate her. He was getting more and more worried that something bad had happened with each minute that went by. That evening at 7 p.m., the man made the decision to call the police because of what had happened to Linda. He was informed by the operator that a report of an adult missing would only be taken into consideration after 24 hours had passed. The mother of Linda also made contact with them but got the same response. The report was eventually accepted, but the relatives had to wait until the following day. When Linda took her break, the police started an investigation to find out what she was doing. The young lady had gone shopping for New Year's Eve. They discovered several stores are housed in the same structure. She then went to her bank branch to pick up a check to pay her bills. The last person to see her was the security guard at the mall, who had seen Linda drive away from the parking lot. The young woman's family did not know why Linda left in the middle of her shift or, more importantly, where she was going, so the police were unable to find any additional information. The police started watching Robert while also issuing alerts for the young lady and her vehicle. Statistics show that husbands or Robert had a solid alibi. No other suspects were discovered, and according to everyone who knew Linda, she never had enemies and was generally a very positive person as investigators tried to find new leads. However, it was Robert's case. More men were more likely to commit crimes against their wives. It had been several days since Linda had vanished. On the third day, a report about an abandoned vehicle matching the description of the young woman's vehicle was given to the police. It was 20 kilometers from the shopping center in a suburban area. When the police arrived, they confirmed that the vehicle was Linda's. The car was parked next to some bushes on the side of the road. This region was largely undeveloped and covered in bushes and trees in the 1980s. The police discovered Christmas presents Linda had purchased prior to going missing inside the vehicle. The ignition key was present inside the salon, and the doors were not locked. An odd clue was also discovered by the police. A pack of empty menthol cigarettes was found next to the front passenger seat. Robert and Linda never smoked, so the pack might belong to the kidnapper, investigators concluded, which was the most obvious conclusion. The police started looking for evidence right away, and shortly thereafter they made a heartbreaking discovery about 40 meters from the car in the stream bed of a small creek. They discovered Linda's body. Her hands were bound together with an eyeglass and bikini cord. According to a relative of the victim, neither of these things were ever hers. Although the young woman was also subjected to violence, medical professionals determined that asphyxiation was the cause of death. However, at the time, couldn't get a DNA sample from the criminal, so the investigators presented what they believed to be an approximate timeline of events. When Linda went to load the gifts she had purchased into the car in a shopping center parking lot, an unidentified criminal attacked her. He made her take the wheel and drive to the location where her body was later discovered. After that, he killed her and brutalized her. The investigators decided to attempt an interview because there were no leads that could point them to a suspect. Naturally, attracting the attention of everyone who was in the shopping center during Linda's lunch break was a very difficult task. The victim's car was taken by the police, who then parked it in the mall while attaching a picture of the girl and information about her disappearance. The investigators hoped that the visitors would benefit from the visual installation. On that day, who saw Linda? Organized some information. The police were informed by numerous witnesses that they saw a young person in the mall with light hair. However, detectives were unable to place him. Other witnesses related a more intriguing story. They saw a man trying to hitch a ride on the highway the day Linda vanished, less than a kilometer from where the victim's body was discovered. The van driver soon informed the police that he had picked up a man who was hitchhiking on the same day and in the same area as other witnesses had seen him. It got interesting at this point. According to the driver, the man was since an empty pack of menthol cigarettes was discovered in the victim's car. The man was seen smoking menthol cigarettes while holding the entire pack in his hand. As soon as this was discovered, forensic experts looked at the driver's van and discovered a fingerprint on the glass close to the passenger seat that did not resemble the owner's prints. Sadly, a comparison with current databases produced no findings. The driver's superficial description of the suspect did not match that of Prince, the owner, not assist in the man's capture by the police. The search for additional evidence came up empty, and the case's investigation was put on hold for several months. Not until 1985, when a prisoner in one of the state's prisons who was a police informant provided investigators with an intriguing tip, did a new lead come to light. Craig Andrew McConnell, who shared his cell with him, had told him that he had killed Linda Reed. Craig claims that Lyndon caught him and another man trying to steal a car from a shopping center's parking lot. The criminals kidnapped and killed her out of concern that she would recall their faces and call the police. The detectives were familiar with this name. Craig was a suspect in Linda's murder because he was serving 2 life sentences for killings that occurred in 1984, but the police were unable to establish a connection at the time. When they spoke to Craig in prison following the informant's tip, he insisted that he was not involved in the killing. He added that his cellmate made everything up and that they never spoke about it regarding the incident, but the police were slow to believe him. Just a few months after Linda's passing, Craig committed 2 heinous murders, so the informant's account may be accurate. The suspect's fingerprints did not match those on the van's glass when forensic experts compared them. The detectives decided to go to trial in 1986 despite this because they still thought Craig might be the murderer. The only evidence against him was an informant's claims, but he himself did not live to see the beginning of the trial. He passed away shortly before from an overdose of illegal drugs. However, the prosecution had his entire story. According to the informant Craig, who gave him a rough map of the location where he left Linda's body. Experts determined that the terrain was fairly accurately matched, right down to the location of the trees. Additionally, Craig claimed that Linda warned the kidnappers that Rob would seek retribution. The young woman actually did frequently chase after Rob. The informant that after Linda's car was discovered, he consumed a cheese and vegetable sandwich that belonged to her. Despite the fact that experts did discover cheese traces in her purse, all of this evidence was circumstantial and was not enough to support a conviction. Craig was exonerated of Linda's murder as a result. Was not enough to support a conviction. Craig was exonerated of Linda's murder as a result. Investigators tried to gather additional evidence that would enable them to obtain a guilty verdict because they still believe he was involved in the crime, but their other efforts came to a halt. When the murder investigation was reopened in 2014, 30 years after the original murder, the detectives decided to review the evidence. They gave samples of the fingerprints found on the van's glass to specialists who attempted to recreate them using cutting-edge technology. When they finally succeeded and entered the data into the database, the detectives discovered a match. Troy James O'Mara's fingerprints were found, and he was already serving a life sentence at the time Linda died. Year-old girl, and this crime's specifics were strikingly similar. When she got close to her car, his victim was coming from a store with purchases for her upcoming wedding. James coerced her to sit in the vehicle and then drove her to a remote location where he killed her after violently beating her and tying her hands. James was never considered a suspect in Linda's case and was not even on the police's radar despite this similarity. During the early stages of the investigation, the detectives remembered another fact. Several witnesses reported James, who was only 17 at the time, matched the description after seeing a fair-haired teenager in the mall's parking lot. Despite this, The police were determined to gather as much evidence as they could, and they were in for an interesting turn of events. Although it was no longer listed as evidence in the documents, it turned out that a DNA sample of the individual who had assaulted Linda had been kept at the warehouse during this time. It was almost by accident that the researchers found it, but there was one issue. The sample was local experts were unable to reconstruct the perpetrator's profile from the item because it was very small and had already started to deteriorate. The detective forwarded it to a cutting-edge lab in New Zealand, where the specialists were able to extract the profile and it perfectly matched James's DNA. Given that the criminal was already serving a life sentence, the investigation into all of this took the investigators several years. They could take their time and prepare the case for trial in the proper manner. Ultimately, James wasn't detained until August 26, 2018, nearly 35 years after the murder. The man was 51 years old at the time. He had spent more than half of his life behind bars and during that time had accrued additional charges. James managed to escape from prison once and even attacked security personnel twice, but he was apprehended the following day for the murder of Linda. Trial planning got underway after he admitted to being guilty. The process took a while, but in March 2021, the offender made the decision to confess. According to him, Linda was in the parking lot. The young lady was eating while seated in her vehicle. He offered her a sandwich before forcing her into her car and threatening to drive to a remote area where he would attack and kill her. James responded that his only goal that day was to murder a random young woman when the judge questioned him about his motivations. James was therefore given the option to apply for early release in July 2022 due to the fact that he had already served more than 30 years in prison. James was sentenced to 30 years in prison for the murder of Linda. He is still serving his sentence as of right now, but he could be let go in the upcoming years. Sadly, Linda's father passed away before he could see the police catch her killer. After a protracted battle with cancer, he passed away despite having spent decades wanting to know what happened to his daughter. Robert promised Linda that he would never remarry after his wife passed away because he loved her so much. At the trial, following the announcement of the verdict, he thanked the investigators and said that James had permanently deprived him of his family. The circumstances surrounding Craig and the informant story are murky. Be aware that the informant was a seasoned criminal himself and would have benefited greatly from aiding in the investigation. He might have lied to the police, and all the pertinent information about the case could have been found in the newspapers. Share your opinion on this story in the comments and don't forget to like it. Thanks for watching.